Goswami ji, a disciple of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Damodar Das Goswami was carefully chosen and initiated by Sri Gopal Bhatta Goswami to continue the worship of Sri Radharaman and guide the devotee community as an initiating guru after his departure from this world. Following Sri Gopal Bhatta Goswami's instruction, this sacred responsibility has been passed down through the generations of pure Vaishnava descendants of Sri Damodar Das Goswami for almost 500 years. Sri Padmanabh Das Goswami Maharaj is connected to many social activities and charitable organizations in Vrandavan, and he continues to inspire numerous devotees in the path of devotion. When at Barsana, the Bhaktivedanta hospital had the Bhumi Pujan for the new eye hospital, that was the day where again I connected with Padmanabh Goswami ji, and he invited Govardhan Eco Village and the sustainability initiatives of Govardhan Eco Village to participate in improving the state of the kunds in Braj and especially in Barsana. And almost over the last several months, this discussion has been going on and several meetings have been held. And he has taken a major lead, and in a very short time in the near future, Govardhan Eco Village is going to start the actual restoration of the kunds in Barsana, thanks to the inspiration and guidance of Padmanabh Goswami ji. So on behalf of all the assembled devotees here, we would like to now invite Padmanabh Goswami ji on stage to begin this conversation. No, we have a thought of a certain pattern, and so we request you to set the context and begin and share your thoughts for around 20 minutes. Thank you.
कृष्णाय वासुदेवाय हरये परमात्मने प्रणतक्लेशनाशाय गोविंदाय नमो नमः। अखंड मंडलाकारं व्याप्त येन चराचरं तत्पदं दर्शितं येन तस्मै श्री गुरवे नमः। वाञ्छा कल्पतरुभ्यश्च कृपा सिन्धुभ्य एव च पतितानां पावनेभ्यो वैष्णवेभ्यो नमो नमः। हरे कृष्ण 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 हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे। इको विलेज में आज उपस्थित ग्रीन पिलग्रिमेज कॉन्फ्रेंस के ओकेशन पर यहाँ उपस्थित श्री राधानाथ महाराज एवं मेरे अग्रज श्रद्धेय श्री श्रीवत्स जी गोस्वामी, श्री रेवती रमन प्रभु जी, श्री गौरांग प्रभु जी, श्री माधवानंद प्रभु, श्री अनूप चक्रवर्ती जी एवं श्री किशोर चक्रवर्ती जी, और पुरी से पधारे हमारे श्री राम कुमार जी। यहाँ पर उपस्थित समस्त मातृवर्ग एवं भक्तगणों, यह अपने आप में एक अनोखा सुअवसर है जो श्री चैतन्य महाप्रभु की प्रेरणा से और श्री ऐसी भक्ति वेदांत स्वामी प्रभुपाद की कृपा से श्री राधानाथ महाराज और गौरांग प्रभु और उनके अनुयायियों के द्वारा एक अद्भुत और अकल्पनीय ब्रिज के बाहर एक ब्रिज मंडल की स्थापना हुई। श्री चैतन्य चरितामृत में कहा है, वंदे श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रेम अमर तरो प्रिय नाम शाखा रूपान भक्तगणान कृष्ण प्रेम फल प्रदान। मैं श्री चैतन्य महाप्रभु के उन सभी प्रिय भक्तों को नमन करता हूँ जो भगवान श्री कृष्ण के प्रेम के शाश्वत वृक्ष हैं। ये पेड़ की सभी शाखाएं हैं, ब्रांचेज हैं, और भगवान श्री कृष्ण के प्रेम का जो फल बांटने वाला भक्तगण यहाँ पर भगवान के उपस्थित हैं, उन सभी को मैं आदर सहित सम्मान देता हूँ। वैसे तो श्री राधा कृष्ण के द्वारा ब्रज में अनेक स्थानों पर अपनी माधुर्य लीलाएं की गईं और समस्त ब्रजमंडल भगवान श्री राधा कृष्ण की विभिन्न लीला स्थलों से उनके माधुर्य उन लीलाओं से भरा हुआ है और यह बहुत बड़ा विश्व का एक आस्था का केंद्र है। जैसा कि गौरांग प्रभु ने कहा, द्वापर के बाद कलयुग में वह लीला स्थल लुप्त हो गए थे। श्री चैतन्य महाप्रभु के द्वारा इस कलयुग के भक्तों को वह अवदान दिया गया जो आज हम उन भगवान श्री राधा कृष्ण की लीला स्थली का अवलोकन, दर्शन, भ्रमण सब करते हैं। श्री वृंदावन धाम एक चिन्मय अनंत है। ऐसे तो वृंदावन को देखने के लिए चक्षु भगवान की कृपा से हम लोगों को प्राप्त हैं, किंतु यह जो चक्षु हैं, यह जो आँखें हैं, इनसे भगवान की वह लीला स्थली और वृंदावन और ब्रजमंडल का हम लोग जो दर्शन करते हैं, कलयुग का जीव होने के कारण कहीं कहीं भूल और चूक हो सकती है, किंतु वास्तविक वृंदावन और वास्तविक ब्रज का वह दर्शन करने के लिए हमको दिव्य चक्षु की आवश्यकता है। जैसे कि भगवान श्री कृष्ण ने अपने विराट स्वरूप का दर्शन कराने के लिए अर्जुन को दिव्य चक्षु प्रदान किए थे। अर्जुन जो कि भगवान कृष्ण के प्रिय सखा थे, किंतु उस भगवान श्री कृष्ण के साथ रहते हुए भी भगवान श्री कृष्ण को वह उस अवतार और उस भगवत स्वरूप में नहीं समझ पा रहे थे। इसलिए भगवान को अपने उस विराट स्वरूप का दर्शन करने के लिए अपने दिव्य चक्षु अर्जुन को दिए, तब उसको वह ज्ञान हुआ। इसी प्रकार वृंदावन और ब्रजमंडल को देखने के लिए बिना गुरु कृपा के वह दिव्य चक्षु भक्तगणों को प्राप्त नहीं हो सकता है। गुरु की वह शक्ति, गुरु का वह ज्ञान हमको उस वृंदावन के स्वरूप का ज्ञान करा सकता है। यह हमारे जीवन में बहुत ही आवश्यक है कि उस वृंदावन और ब्रजमंडल के दिव्य तत्व को, जो मुख्य तत्व है, उसे ज्ञान प्राप्त करने के लिए किसी गुरु की आवश्यकता हो, जिसके मार्गदर्शन में शास्त्र अनुसार हम उस ब्रज और वृंदावन का ज्ञान प्राप्त कर सकें। श्री प्रबोधानंद सरस्वती के द्वारा वृंदावन महिमामृत का वर्णन किया गया है, जो कि अपने आप में एक अतुलनीय ग्रंथ है। उस ग्रंथ में वृंदावन का जो वर्णन है, ऐसा वर्णन विश्व में कहीं भी देखने को प्राप्त नहीं होता है। वृंदावन का जो स्वरूप है एवं जो महत्व है, वह सर्वोपरि धाम के रूप में है। जितने भी इस पृथ्वी पर तीर्थ स्थल और धाम है, उन धाम में अगर जो सर्वोपरि धाम है, वह वृंदावन है। वृंदावन से अगर अलग हटकर देखें तो वृंदावन के स्वरूप को बड़ा सूक्ष्म और स्थूल रूप में बताया गया। उसमें जो अनूठा है और जो वैकुंठ धाम के रूप में है, वह द्वारिका है, जहाँ भगवान श्री कृष्ण का ऐश्वर्य स्वरूप, राजा का, महाराजा का स्वरूप हमको देखने को मिलता है। उस द्वारिका से भी जो विलक्षण धाम है, वह मथुरा मंडल है, जहाँ पर ब्रह्मांड नामक परम ब्रह्म भगवान श्री कृष्ण का प्रादुर्भाव हुआ। भगवान श्री कृष्ण का जन्म मथुरा में ही हुआ। मथुरा मंडल से भी जो सूक्ष्म ब्रज का जो गोष्ठ प्रदेश है, वह जहाँ पर भगवान श्री कृष्ण ने अपनी बाल लीलाएं और अपने कौमार लीलाएं ग्वाल वालों के साथ की, वह गोष्ठ प्रदेश विलक्षण ब्रज के वो तीर्थ स्थल हैं। उस सबसे भी जो विलक्षण है, वह रास स्थली है वृंदावन की, जहाँ भगवान कृष्ण ने राधा रानी और गोपियों के साथ रास किया। उस महारास को देखने के लिए देवता और देवी भी ऊपर से लालायित रहे। उस महारास का दर्शन करने के लिए भगवान शंकर को भी उस वृंदावन में गोपी का रूप धारण करना पड़ा। अब उस वृंदावन से भी जो सूक्ष्म स्थल है, वह सूक्ष्म स्थल है, वह राधा रानी का निकुंज, जो राधा रानी की स्वयं की कुंज है, जहाँ एकमात्र परब्रह्म भगवान श्री कृष्ण का प्रवेश है, वह राधा रानी की वह स्वयं की निकुंज है। उस राधा रानी की निकुंज, जो तीनों लोकों में के नायक भगवान श्री कृष्ण के द्वारा जहाँ राधा रानी के साथ उनका विचरण है, वह अद्भुत वृंदावन का एक दृश्य है। वृंदावन में और ब्रजमंडल में वन, उपवन लगभग 1000 से ऊपर विभिन्न कुंड वहाँ पर हैं, जो भगवान की राधा कृष्ण की और कृष्ण की विभिन्न लीलाओं के आज कलयुग के हम भक्तगणों के लिए वो साक्षात लीला स्थल दर्शनीय है। भगवान श्री कृष्ण से बड़ा विश्व में कोई पर्यावरणविद नहीं हुआ। भगवान श्री कृष्ण, मैं कहता हूं, विश्व के सबसे बड़े पर्यावरणविद थे। भगवान कृष्ण के द्वारा वन उपवन की जो महत्वता बताई गई, वह विश्व में किसी ने नहीं बताई। भगवान श्री कृष्ण के द्वारा गोवर्धन पर्वत का जो महत्व बताया गया शास्त्रों में, वह किसी के द्वारा नहीं बताया गया। भगवान श्री कृष्ण के द्वारा ही नंद बाबा और यशोदा माँ और ग्वाल वालों से कहा गया कि इंद्र की पूजा करना बंद कर दो, इंद्र से हमको कुछ प्राप्त नहीं होता है। हमारी जो गाय हैं, हमारी जो खेती है, हमारी रक्षा करने वाला वह गोवर्धन है। इंद्र का प्रकोप भी सहा और उस गोवर्धन को धारण कर कर ब्रजवासियों को, भक्तगणों को प्रेरित भी किया कि इस गोवर्धन की आप पूजा करें। यह गोवर्धन हम लोगों का अन्नदाता है, इस गोवर्धन से ही हमारी रक्षा है। तो एक तरफ गोवर्धन की महिमा का वर्णन किया, दूसरी तरफ गोवर्धन में से स्वयं प्रकट होकर समस्त पूजा और भोग स्वीकार भी किया। यह गोवर्धन मुझसे अभिन्न है, मेरा ही स्वरूप गोवर्धन है। गर्ग संहिता में वर्णन आता है, भगवान श्री कृष्ण के द्वारा कहा गया, यत्र वृंदावनम नास्ति तत्र नो जमुना नदी, यत्र गोवर्धनो नास्ति तत्र में मनः सुखा। जहाँ गोवर्धन नहीं है, जहाँ वृंदावन नहीं है, जहाँ जमुना नदी नहीं है, वहाँ मेरा मन सुख को प्राप्त नहीं करता है। भगवान कृष्ण ने यह बात अपने स्वयं के मुख से कही। जमुना में कालिया नाग था। कालिया नाग के विष से समस्त जलजीव भयभीत थे, जमुना को छोड़ दिया। जमुना प्रदूषित हो गई और वह प्रदूषण हुआ भगवान कृष्ण के समय। गौरांग प्रभु ने कहा कि जमुना अभी भी बहुत प्रदूषित है। मेरे मन में आया कि जब भगवान कृष्ण के समय भी प्रदूषित थी, तो इस समय कलयुग में प्रदूषित है तो क्या है। किंतु आवश्यकता है कि भगवान कृष्ण ने उस कदम्ब के वृक्ष से छलांग लगाकर कालिया नाग के ऊपर नृत्य किया और उस कालिया नाग के ऊपर नृत्य कर कर उस कालिया नाग से कहा, जब उसकी पत्नियों ने जीवन दान मांगा तब कहा कि जमुना को छोड़कर तुम अन्यत्र चले जाओ, इस जमुना का प्रदूषण समाप्त कर दो, जमुना को प्रदूषण रहित कर दो। तो कालिया नाग ने हाथ जोड़ कर कहा कि महाराज, आपने तो मुझको दया कर कर जीवन दान दे दिया, मुझको छोड़ दिया आपने, किंतु मैं अब यहाँ से जाऊँगा तो वह आपके गरुण महाराज हैं ना, वो मुझको दबोच लेंगे और वो गरुण जी जो है मुझको पकड़ लेंगे, वो गरुण जी मुझको नहीं छोड़ेंगे। तो भगवान कृष्ण ने कहा कि तुम चिंता मत करो, तुम्हारे मस्तक पर मेरे पैरों के, मेरे चरणों के चिन्ह बन गए हैं, और जिसके मस्तक पर मेरे चरण के चिन्ह बन जाते हैं, विश्व की कोई ताकत नहीं है कि उसका कोई अहित कर दे। तो उस कालिया नाग के ऊपर भगवान श्री कृष्ण के चरण चिन्ह अंकित हो गए, इसलिए गरुड़ महाराज ने भी उसका कुछ नहीं बिगाड़ा। भगवान श्री कृष्ण के जहां चरण चिन्ह अंकित हो जाते हैं, विश्व में किसी की ताकत नहीं है कि वह उसका कुछ बिगाड़ सके। कल इस इको विलेज में श्री राधानाथ महाराज और गौरांग प्रभु के साथ उस वृंदावन के सप्त देवालय और पूरे ब्रजमंडल का भ्रमण किया। वृंदावन का एक प्रतीकात्मक भव्य दिव्य स्वरूप का दर्शन किया। समस्त देवालय के दर्शन हुए, मान मंदिर का भी दर्शन हुआ, राधा रानी का भी दर्शन हुआ, जमुना नदी का भी दर्शन हुआ, राधा कुंड श्याम कुंड का भी दर्शन हुआ, गोवर्धन की परिक्रमा भी बहुत जल्दी लग गई। तो साक्षात भगवान श्री कृष्ण के जहाँ चरण चिन्ह पड़ते हैं या भगवान श्री कृष्ण के चरण चिन्ह यहाँ अंकित होते हैं, दिखाई देते हैं, उस स्थान का कोई कुछ विश्व में बिगाड़ नहीं सकता। इस इको विलेज का भी कोई कुछ नहीं बिगाड़ सकता, क्योंकि यहाँ साक्षात भगवान के चरण चिन्ह दृश्यत हो गए। साक्षात गोवर्धन शिला जहां मौजूद है, साक्षात यमुना नदी का प्रतीक रूप यहां विद्यमान है, साक्षात भगवान श्री कृष्ण का साक्षात वो है, वास है, उसको कोई कुछ नहीं बिगाड़ सकता। किंतु हम ब्रजवासी हैं, ब्रजवासी होने के नाते एक बात कहते हैं, हो सकता है कि आपको बुरा लगे, इसलिए क्षमा प्रार्थी पहले हूं, कि हम ब्रजवासी कहते हैं कि कृष्ण अगर पूर्ण ब्रह्म है तो वह पूर्ण ब्रह्म वृंदावन और ब्रज में है, वृंदावन और ब्रज से बाहर पूर्ण ब्रह्म नहीं है। अब आप कहेंगे कैसी बात कही कि अगर पूर्ण ब्रह्म है तो वो ब्रज में और वृंदावन में ही है। वो ब्रज में और वृंदावन में इसलिए पूर्ण ब्रह्म है कि वहां राधा रानी उनके साथ है। बिना राधा रानी के कृष्ण भी पूर्ण ब्रह्म नहीं है। इसलिए राधा रानी जो है वह कृष्ण के साथ वृंदावन में है, ब्रज में है, ब्रज के बाहर। हमने द्वारका में भी कृष्ण को पूर्ण ब्रह्म नहीं माना, हमने गुरुवायूर में भी भगवान श्री कृष्ण को पूर्ण ब्रह्म नहीं माना। क्यों? क्योंकि वहां राधा रानी उनके साथ नहीं है। तो राधा अगर है तो वह वृंदावन में है, वहां भगवान श्री कृष्ण पूर्ण ब्रह्म के रूप में हम लोगों के मध्य विराजमान है। शास्त्रों में पर्यावरण के बारे में पर्याप्त उल्लेख और वर्णन आता है, किंतु शास्त्रों से वह शिक्षा हम लोग ग्रहण नहीं कर पाते हैं। शास्त्रों में वर्णन है कि देवताओं और राक्षसों के बीच भी समुद्र मंथन हुआ। देवताओं ने और राक्षसों ने भी समुद्र में, क्षीर सागर में वासुकी नाग को बांधकर समुद्र मंथन किया। समुद्र मंथन का अगर सीधी भाषा में हम अर्थ लगाएं तो पर्यावरण के साथ खिलवाड़ किया। उस समुद्र मंथन में लक्ष्मी भी प्राप्त हुई, ऐरावत हाथी भी प्राप्त हुआ, कामधेनु गाय भी प्राप्त हुई, धन्वंतरी भी प्राप्त हुए, अनेक रत्न प्राप्त हुए। अंत में पर्यावरण में उस समुद्र मंथन में अमृत भी मिल गया। अब वो अमृत मिल गया, तब देवताओं ने भी मोहिनी का रूप धारण करवाया, मोहिनी भी प्रकट हुई, जो राक्षसों को चकमा देकर अमृत जो है देवताओं को दे दिया। किंतु समुद्र मंथन चलता रहा और अंत में उस समुद्र मंथन से विष निकला। वह विष उस पर्यावरण का दुष्प्रभाव जो है वह प्राप्त हुआ। अब जब विष निकला तो उस विष को ना तो देवता लेने को तैयार, ना राक्षस लेने को तैयार। उस विष को जो है कोई भी लेने को तैयार नहीं। अंत में भगवान शंकर को याद किया गया। भगवान शंकर को याद कर कर भगवान शंकर से उस विष को धारण करने के लिए कहा गया। भगवान शंकर ने अपने कंठ में उस विष को धारण किया, तब भगवान शंकर नीलकंठ बने। उनका एक नाम नीलकंठ है। किंतु आज इस कलयुग में हमें वह नीलकंठ के दर्शन नहीं होते। आज हम लोग जो प्रकृति के साथ, पर्यावरण के साथ जो खिलवाड़ कर रहे हैं, जो अनाचार अत्याचार कर रहे हैं, जो अमानवीय व्यवहार कर रहे हैं, वह पर्यावरण हमको उसके बदले वह विष दे रहा है। उस विष की हम लोग कल्पना नहीं कर रहे हैं कि आने वाली पीढ़ी, आने वाली जनरेशन किस प्रकार इस पर्यावरण में अपने आप को शुद्ध रख पाएगी। यह जीवन का एक बहुत बड़ा प्रश्न है। वाटर लेवल प्रत्येक वर्ष जो है वो डाउन होते जा रहे हैं, वन समाप्त होते जा रहे हैं। हम लोग एक भौतिक जगत में अपना जीवन व्यतीत कर रहे हैं पर्यावरण से हटकर। इस भारत की प्राचीन संस्कृति, इस भारत का प्राचीन इतिहास यह है कि यहाँ का मनुष्य का जीवन पर्यावरण के साथ ही व्यतीत हुआ। भारत कृषि प्रधान देश है। भारत बहुत बड़ा पशुओं का पालक देश है। बिना जंगल के, बिना जल के, बिना पर्यावरण के यहाँ के लोगों के जीवन की कल्पना करना असंभव है। इसलिए पर्यावरण हम लोगों के जीवन का एक बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण विषय है। मैं धन्यवाद देता हूँ और आभार भी प्रकट करता हूँ श्री राधानाथ महाराज और गौरांग प्रभु के लिए कि आपके द्वारा ब्रज के जो लुप्त कुंड हैं, वह कुंड जहाँ पर कि जल समाप्त हो गया, कुंडों का धार्मिक महत्व भी है और पर्यावरण का भी महत्व है। और वाटर लेवल जो है उस पूरे एरिया का जो है वो मेंटेन होता है। तो उसकी महत्वता के लिए गौरांग प्रभु के द्वारा अभी कुछ महीने पहले वृंदावन में आकर अपनी पूरी टीम के साथ सर्वे किया गया और वह कुंड अब समाप्त हो गए, बल्कि कुंड के साथ जो हम लोगों ने अमानवीय व्यवहार किया कि उस गांव के, उस कस्बे के, उस नगर के जो ड्रेनेज थे वह ड्रेनेज भी उस कुंड में गिरने लगे। मतलब जो एक पर्यावरण का भयंकर जो रूप है, उस भयंकर रूप का परिदृश्य वहां पर देखने को मिल रहा है। कई कुंड एंक्रोचमेंट हो गए, कई कुंड लुप्त हो गए। तो मैं तो ये कहूँगा कि वास्तव में गौरांग प्रभु को गौरांग महाप्रभु ने ही प्रेरणा दी है। जो गौरांग महाप्रभु की प्रेरणा से 500 साल बाद गौरांग प्रभु में यह स्फूर्ति श्री राधानाथ महाराज की प्रेरणा से यह आई कि इन कुंडों को दोबारा से रीस्टोर किया जाए। इसका जो वाटर सिस्टम है दोबारा से रिचार्जेबल हो। जो बरसात का पानी है ये अमूल्य है। इस बरसात के पानी की ये भगवान की देन है। जो पंचभूत हैं, जो पृथ्वी के पर्यावरण के पंच आधार हैं, जल, वायु, आकाश, अग्नि आदि, तो ये सब भगवान की देन है, मनुष्य ने कुछ नहीं किया है। हम लोग इस हवा का आनंद लेते हैं, ये भगवान की है, देन है। इस वन का, जल का आनंद लेते हैं, ये उस परम ब्रह्म की कृपा है हमारे ऊपर। किंतु हमको यह दायित्व बनता है कि हम उस पर्यावरण को शुद्ध रखें, उस जल को भी शुद्ध रखें, उस वायु को भी शुद्ध रखें, उस पृथ्वी को भी शुद्ध रखें। जिन तीर्थ स्थलों के बारे में कल गौरांग प्रभु कह रहे थे कि भारत में के करीब 700 तीर्थ स्थल हैं, उनको इस पर्यावरण के द्वारा हरा भरा करना, इस पर्यावरण के द्वारा उन्हें पुनः उसके मूल स्वरूप में स्थापित करना, यह एक बहुत बड़ा लक्ष्य और बहुत बड़ा कार्य है। हालांकि भगवान श्री कृष्ण ने अपने बाएं हाथ की इस छोटी उंगली से गोवर्धन को उठाया, किंतु जो ग्वाल वाल थे उन सब ने अपने अपने डंडे लगा कर रखे। भगवान कृष्ण को ये आभास कराया कि ये हमारे डंडे से रुक रहा है, तुम्हारा इसमें जोर नहीं है, ये हमारे डंडे से है। किंतु भगवान ने एक क्षण के लिए अपनी उंगली नीचे की तो वो गोवर्धन गिरने लगा, उनकी लाठियां चरमराने लगी। तो इसलिए सहयोग तो सबका चाहिए, सबका यह दायित्व भी बनता है कि इस कुंडों का पुनरुद्धार हो, वृक्षारोपण हो, प्लांटेशन हो। बिना प्लांटेशन के जिस तरह की यहाँ हरियाली और यहाँ जो वातावरण है वह देखने को जो है नहीं मिलता, तो वह भी अपने आप में एक बहुत ही आवश्यक है। रसखान की एक बात याद आती है। रसखान एक मुस्लिम कवि थे। उन्होंने, रसखान ने एक पद लिखा है जो ब्रिज के ऊपर ही है कि वह ब्रिज का ही रहना चाहते हैं और ब्रिज में ही रहना चाहते हैं। उनकी वह पद मैं आपको बताता हूँ। मानुष हो तो वही रसखान, बसो ब्रज गोकुल गांव के ग्वारन, जो पशु हो तो कहा बसु मेरो, चरो नित नंद की धैनु मझारन। पाहन हो तो वही गिर को, जो धर्यो कर छत्र पुरंदन कारण, जो खग हो तो बसेरो करो, मिल कालिंदी कुल कदम्ब की डारन। मुसलमान होने के कारण भी रसखान भगवान श्री कृष्ण के अनन्य भक्त थे। इस दोहे में उन्होंने यह लिखा, उनके मन के अपने भाव लिखे कि मुझे अगर इस योनि के बाद मनुष्य का भी जीवन मिले तो मैं मनुष्य योनि में भी जीवन वहाँ चाहता हूँ जो गोकुल ग्वाल वालों के बीच में मुझे जीवन मनुष्य योनि मिले। और अगर मैं पशु भी बनूं, भगवान मुझे अगली योनि में पशु भी बनाए, तो मैं पशु उस नंद बाबा की जो गायों का झुंड है उसकी बीच की एक गाय बनूं, जिसको कि कृष्ण और बलराम चराने के लिए वन में लेकर जाते हैं। और यदि पत्थर बनूं तो पत्थर भी उस गोवर्धन पर्वत का पत्थर बनूं जो भगवान श्री कृष्ण ने अपनी उंगली पर धारण किया। और अगर पक्षी बनूं तो पक्षी उस पेड़ का बनूं जो कालिंदी जमुना के तीर पर कदम्ब पर मैं वहाँ बैठकर, जिस कदम्ब के नीचे भगवान श्री कृष्ण अपनी मुरली बजाते हैं, अपनी बंसी बजाते हैं। भाव ये है कि किसी भी प्रकार किसी भी योनि में जो जन्म मिले, किंतु वह ब्रज का और कृष्ण का संग नहीं छूटना चाहिए। चाहे किसी भी रूप में हमारा जन्म हो योनि में, किंतु हम भगवान श्री कृष्ण के सानिध्य में ही रहें। आज श्री राधानाथ महाराज का 40वां संन्यास वार्षिक उत्सव है। शिकागो से एक नवयुवक ने अपनी यात्रा प्रारंभ की। शिकागो से वो यात्रा कहीं भी जा सकती थी, किंतु जब भगवान की प्रेरणा होती है और भगवान किसी से जो अपना कार्य कराना चाहते हैं, तो उस नवयुवक को 1971 के लगभग वृंदावन में लेकर आ गए और वृंदावन में लेकर आकर वृंदावन और ब्रज का भ्रमण करा दिया। और वह नवयुवक उस ब्रज और वृंदावन का भ्रमण कर अपने आप को वहां उन्होंने खो दिया। He lost his heart. He lost everything in ब्रज मंडल। प्रारंभ में राधा रमन मंदिर का जो मुख्य द्वार है, उस राधा रमन मंदिर के मुख्य द्वार पर राधानाथ महाराज और इनके एक मित्र थे श्री असीम कृष्ण, दोनों रात्रि को वहाँ अपनी रात्रि बिताते थे। प्रातःकाल उठकर जमुना स्नान कर श्री राधा रमन की मंगला के दर्शन करना नित्य का उनका नियम था। ठाकुर ने, कृष्ण ने, राधा रानी ने स्वयं उनको प्रेरणा दी। आज जो एक परिवर्तन हम इस जगत में देख रहे हैं, जो एक विजन है, जो चिंतन है, चाहे वो भक्ति का हो, चाहे वह पर्यावरण का हो, चाहे वो सांस्कृतिक हो, चाहे हरिनाम के प्रचार का हो, चाहे वो बुक पब्लिकेशन का हो, राधानाथ महाराज के द्वारा वह सोच, वह विजन अपने भक्तों को दी गई। ये आप लोगों के लिए मैं कहता हूं कि स्वर्ग से ज्यादा और स्वर्ण से भी ज्यादा है। यह एक अतुलनीय निधि आप लोगों को राधानाथ महाराज से प्राप्त हो रही है। अगर यह वातावरण, ये आध्यात्म का जीवन, ये पर्यावरण का जीवन, ये मनुष्य का जीवन हम लोग अगर नष्ट कर देंगे, तो इस जन्म के बाद हमको नहीं पता है कि हम किस योनि में जाएं। किंतु 84 लाख योनि में यह अपने आप में सत्य है कि हम इस एक योनि में, मनुष्य योनि में हैं, जिस मनुष्य योनि में हमको बुद्धि भी प्राप्त हुई है, विवेक भी प्राप्त हुआ है और हृदय में भावनाएं भी हमको प्राप्त हुई हैं। तो मैं आप सभी भक्तों से यह निवेदन करना चाहूँगा कि वह राधानाथ महाराज की कृपा से आपको जो भक्ति, एक पर्यावरण की सोच, एक आध्यात्म का जीवन जो प्राप्त हुआ है, अपने इस लौकिक जगत में, इस भक्ति के स्वरूप में, एक भक्त के रूप में हम उनके उस विचारधारा को, उनकी उस कल्पना को जो भगवान श्री राधा कृष्ण के प्रति समर्पित है, उसे सार्थक बनने में एक चींटी का भी योगदान होता है, एक गिलहरी का भी योगदान होता है। जिस प्रकार से वो किसी भी रूप में वो अगर योगदान होता है, तो वह योगदान हम कर सकते हैं। क्यों? क्योंकि श्रीमद् भागवत में कहा है, दुर्लभो मानुषो देहो देही नाम क्षण भंकुरा। ये मनुष्य देह बहुत दुर्लभ है, किसी को नहीं पता। और ये क्षण भंगुर है। कभी भी किसी क्षण जो है वो मनुष्य देह हमारी समाप्त हो सकती है। तो जितना हमारे जीवन का समय है, हमें उनके मार्गदर्शन में, गौरांग प्रभु के मार्गदर्शन में अपने जीवन को आगे बढ़ाने के लिए, यह जो इको विलेज का जो प्रोजेक्ट है, वास्तव में मेरा प्रथम बार यहाँ आना हुआ। आई एम रियली वेरी ग्रेटफुल एंड थैंकफुल टू गौरांग प्रभु एंड राधानाथ महाराज दैट दे शो मी ए रियल वृंदावन, जैसा वृंदावन होना चाहिए उस वृंदावन के परिदृश्य की एक कल्पना करा दी। हम वृंदावन में जन्म हुआ, वृंदावन में पले बढ़े बड़ा हुए, किंतु आज वृंदावन की और ब्रजमंडल की स्थिति को देखकर मन में दुख और कष्ट, आत्मग्लानि होती है। इसको कहने में मुझे यहाँ जरा सी भी शर्म नहीं है। कष्ट होता है कि हमने जो बचपन में वृंदावन का थोड़ा बहुत स्वरूप देखा, जो वृंदावन का थोड़ा बहुत जमुना नदी का स्वरूप देखा, जो वन का स्वरूप देखा, वह बहुत अधिक तेजी के साथ लुप्त होता जा रहा है। और गौरांग प्रभु ने अभी कल बताया चर्चा में कि नो प्लास्टिक जोन, यह भी एक हम लोगों का संकल्प होना चाहिए। यह प्लास्टिक एक कलयुग में राक्षस के समान है। यह राक्षस बहुत जल्दी नहीं मरता है। इस राक्षस को, जैसे भगवान बड़े दयालु होते हैं, राक्षस को जैसे हिरण्याकश्यप, कल नृसिंह चतुर्दशी का है, हिरण्याकश्यप को सबरे उन्होंने वरदान दे दिए, ना रात में मरेगा, ना दिन में मरेगा, ना अस्त्र से मरेगा, ना शस्त्र से मरेगा, ना आकाश में मरेगा, ना नीचे मरेगा, ना दिन में मरेगा, ना रात में मरेगा, कभी नहीं मरेगा वो। तो इस प्रकार का भगवान तो बहुत दयालु हैं, उन्होंने सब वरदान दे दिए कि किसी प्रकार से कुछ नहीं मर सकता है। तो ऐसे ही भगवान ने इस कलयुग में इस प्लास्टिक को भी वह वरदान दिया हुआ है। वह किसी से मरने वाला नहीं है, किंतु उसको मारने के लिए भगवान को नृसिंह का रूप धारण करना पड़ा, तब हिरण्याकश्यप का वध हुआ। तो इसलिए उस गौरांग प्रभु के रूप में भी नो प्लास्टिक जोन के रूप में हमारे मध्य ये उपस्थित हुए हैं, एक अवतरित हुए हैं कि जो है उस प्लास्टिक को इस पृथ्वी से हम नो प्लास्टिक जोन बनाएं। यह प्लास्टिक पर्यावरण के लिए सबसे ज्यादा भयंकर राक्षस है। तो अंत में मैं अधिक समय नहीं लूंगा क्योंकि और भी आगे वक्ता हैं। मैं पुनः राधानाथ महाराज श्री राधा रमण देव के चरणों में निवेदन करूंगा कि श्री राधानाथ महाराज को और शक्ति और प्रेरणा और स्वस्थ लंबा जीवन दें, जो उनके मार्गदर्शन में गौरांग प्रभु और सब आप सभी भक्तगण इस ब्रज के भाव को, इस पर्यावरण के भाव को, इस भक्ति के भाव को विश्व के मानस पटल पर इस प्रकार स्थापित कर दें कि यह ब्रजमंडल समस्त विश्व में इस प्रकार व्याप्त हो जाए कि एक जो भगवान कृष्ण के समय और चैतन्य महाप्रभु के समय जो ब्रज का स्वरूप था, जो कुंड के स्वरूप थे, जो उपवन के स्वरूप थे, जो वन के स्वरूप थे, जो यमुना का स्वरूप था, वह पुनः हम लोगों को उसी रूप में देखने को मिले। मैं आप सभी का हृदय से बहुत बहुत आभार और धन्यवाद प्रकट करता हूँ। पुनः मैं गौरांग प्रभु के लिए जो भी मेरे लायक ब्रज में सेवा होगी मैं तैयार हूँ। जो भी आदेश होगा उसका मैं पालन करने के लिए तैयार हूँ। मैं जहाँ भी मुझे ये उपयोगी समझें मुझे यूज़ कर सकते हैं। मैं एक छोटी जीव की तरह से, छोटी चींटी की तरह से इनके लिए समर्पित हूँ। इस कार्य को, ब्रज के पूरे कार्य को संपन्न कराने के लिए। हरे कृष्णा, राधे राधे, धन्यवाद।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद Padmanabh Goswami ji. Thank you very much for sharing your heartfelt emotions on the state of Braj and how it is so important to create a transformation at this very moment. So I'll just call upon a very good dear friend and well-wisher, Dr. Nawaljit Kapoor, who is the Principal Secretary for Ministry of Tribal Affairs. We got connected through Yudhishthir Govind Prabhu from ISKCON Delhi almost a year and a half back. And Dr. Kapoor has been very encouraging to various NGOs and organizations who are doing very positive work in various tribal areas and rural areas. And in fact, he was a very successful bureaucrat for many years in the income tax. But he really wanted to do something positive in the tribal affairs space. So this was a posting which he really was looking forward to. And in the last few years, he has completely transformed the scope of, how things are done in the tribal ministry. And in fact, he was sharing with us yesterday that in spite of the COVID and severe crunch on budgets, he just presented a 4-year budget, 4 to 5 year budget for 28,000 crores for starting 700 new schools in various tribal areas across India, and ultimately it got successfully passed, and it is going to be implemented over the next few years. So he has come here on a visit to support some of the initiatives which Govardhan Eco Village is doing in both rural development, healthcare and skill development, and we are working closely under his guidance and supervision. He was on a tour with Honorable Minister to Nasik, so on the way back he said, I'll just stop over and see some of the initiatives which all of you are doing. And it just happened to coincide with today's conference. So I request you to please come forward and speak for a few minutes your message to everybody.
Respected Gurang Prabhuji, Padmanabh Swami ji, all esteemed dignitaries who have come from across the country. In fact, I was more keen to listen than to say something. But since I have a flight in the afternoon, so Prabhuji has asked me to speak first. I represent the Ministry of Tribal Affairs. As all of you know, the tribal areas are God-gifted areas. There are not only forests, there are medicinal plants, the rivers, the oxygen, and everything which environment needs are available in tribal areas. What Padmanabh Swamiji was telling about Vrandavan, in fact, our ancient India, every area was representing Vrandavan only. Vrandavan was because Bhagwan Krishna was there, river was there, and all the upvans, sarovars, everything was there. But I would say, till today, tribal areas are the only areas which have not yet been affected by the commercialization, by the fertilizer, by the pesticides, or by the these genetically modified seeds. As a Ministry of Tribal Affairs, though we are working at the government level with the help of the state organizations, but the organizations like ISKCON, Art of Living Foundation, Patanjali, RK Mission, Bharat Seva Ashram, and all these organizations which are not only rooted to the grassroots level, but basic principles of ancient India, Ayurveda, yoga, spiritualism, these are being maintained by them. So
as a ministry, we are not complete unless until organizations like you, and not only the blessings of your organizations, but the vast team which is present with you people. So I always request Gurang Prabhuji. Yesterday I was requesting him, if it is possible, why don't we give the entire Palghar district to this mission so that the entire district, and not only the district but the country, can become Bridge Dham. So we are not only working in education, health. In fact, I was telling that the allopathy has its advantage also, but has more disadvantages. So I was requesting that Panchagavya, cow-based programs can be initiated, and Ayurveda also. And likewise, our Western education system, we are daily noting that lot of anxiety is there in the people, stress is there, divorces are happening. India was one country where divorce was virtually unheard of. Now it is coming to 30%, 40% divorce is there. So at the education level, in the IITs, education institutes, organization like ISKCON, they have a very important role to play, so that the youth, they get associated with our ancient systems. I will like to listen more to the people who are present here, and with these few words, I convey my sincere gratitude to Gaurang Prabhuji and all the dignitaries who are present here, that it was my pleasure to be here. And I would request that any of your organizations, wherever you are, whatever projects, it may be health, it may be education, we have a scheme of Center of Excellence. So we take innovative projects also, and from our side, this is a very, very small contribution which we are making towards this Palghar district projects also. So anywhere in India, wherever you feel, you can work with us. You can take my number from Gaurang Prabhuji or the entire team here, and directly you can communicate with us. And we can take similar projects which not only save the environment. Tribal areas also, slowly the deterioration is happening, because more and more people are now going there with road, with construction. So they are also under a lot of stress. So there are so many areas we can work together. With these few words, because time is also limited, I once again convey my sincere gratitude to the entire team, and Hare Krishna.
Thank you very much, Dr. Nawaljit Kapoor Saab, and your words mean a lot to us, and definitely we are all there to support in every possible way. In 2015, there were almost 2.51 million deaths due to air pollution in India. Globally, there were 9 million deaths, and India contributed almost 28% of those deaths purely because of air pollution. 70% of the surface water in India is not worthy of consumption because of pollution, and almost 40 million liters of sewage water is dumped into rivers across India every single day. On the other hand, India is a country which has almost 630,000 villages, almost 5,000 towns and 400 cities, but also the 2011 census indicates that there are close to 2 million temples. And in the government records, 108,000 prominent temples have been mentioned. Interestingly, Tamil Nadu and Karnataka have almost 34,000 temples. Andhra Pradesh and Kerala have 43,000 and 28,000 temples. one of the major chunk of temples in India, almost more than 100,000 temples are from South India itself. We have with us one of the most prominent ISKCON leaders from Tirupati, the current Vice Chairman of GBC and Temple President of ISKCON Tirupati, His Grace Revati Raman Prabhu. He joined ISKCON way back in 1988. He did his engineering from Bangalore, and then he was working there and he connected with ISKCON devotees, and in 1991 he took initiation from His Holiness Jayapatak Swami Maharaj, and then he joined initially ISKCON in Bangalore, and then just after 1995 he moved to Tirupati, and he had a revolutionary way of constructing this ISKCON Tirupati temple. It is an example of innovation and entrepreneurship. He saw that there are 60,000 to 100,000 pilgrims who come for darshan on an average day. So almost you have 30 to 40 million pilgrims who come every year. So he thought that ISKCON can contribute by distributing Bhagavad Gitas. So there were stalls set up in collaboration with TTD, and ISKCON's book distribution stalls in all of these locations in the TTD temple resulted in massive distribution of Bhagavad Gitas, and with the revenue which was generated from this, a beautiful massive temple was inaugurated in 2008. So this temple, we can say, has been completely built on the foundation of Bhagavad Gita. So Tirumala, which sees almost 23 to 40 million visitors every year, also has to deal with almost 240 million tons of sewage and garbage every single day. But it is very impressive how Tirumala has managed their waste. One of the greenest, I would say, temple town in India, and lot to learn for other places. And on behalf of today's conference, we would like to invite His Grace Revati Raman Prabhu to come and share his experiences and his vision and wisdom with all of us. Let us welcome Revati Raman Prabhu with a round of applause.
Om Ajnanatamandasya Gyanajrashanakaya Shakshud Unmiltamena Tasmai Shri Guruve Namaha. Nama Om Vishnupadaya Krishna Prishtaya Bhutale Smt Bhaktivedanta Swami Namani. Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Prachani Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paschyat Deshtani. Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Shivasadi Gaura Bhaktaranda. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Om Namo Venkateshaya. Radhe Radhe. There's a practice in Tirupati. Any lecture we go and give, we got to say Om Namo Venkateshaya. Then the TTD, they recognize us. As we say Radhe Radhe, Vrindavan. So my humble obeisances and respects to the dignitaries present here. His Holiness Radhanath Swami. By his blessings, I am here today, taking advantage of being with so many wonderful, exalted devotees from Vrandavan, Puri, and His Holiness Padma Nabh Goswami, my humble obeisances. Srivatsa Goswami, my humble obeisances. Anupama Chakravarti Prabhuji, my humble obeisances. Kishore Chakravarti Prabhu, my humble obeisances. Shri Ram Kumar Prabhuji, Pandaji from Puri, my humble obeisances. And Mother Chitra Iyer, my humble obeisances. And Gauranga Prabhu, my dear friend, and a very nice guide. Such an exalted, wonderful devotees. We can see what they have done here. Radhanath Swami and Gauranga Prabhu and the team of devotees, they have done amazing job. Cannot imagine. My first experience here, GEV, in the year 2015, I came here for GBC college. 15 days I was here. And again, after a few months, 6 months, again 15 days. It was an amazing experience. Even today, I cherish those days, 1 month time here. Attending the college, learning the subjects, such a beautiful atmosphere, move around, be with the devotees, have nice prasadam. Wow, what a relief from management. We all know what is management. Right? It was like, I got my strength back. I was hankering the first 15 days. Again, I was hankering the next batch. Again, 15 days. I came here, had a wonderful time. How this has manifested? It's only the skill and the talents. It's the instruction from the higher authorities, from the parampara. As we heard from Gauranga Prabhu, how this manifested, how it came out from Radhanath Swami's heart. This is the whole thing, Echo Village, is nothing but it's come out from his heart. Dharmasya tattvam nihita guhayam mahajanayana garsa pantaha. These kind of things cannot happen just like that. Of course, you have a lot of money, crores of rupees, millions of dollars. Anybody can do this. But one element is not possible, that is devotion. Dharmasya tattvam nihita guhayam mahajanayana garsa pantaha. Because Prabhupada wanted this kind of a setup in West Virginia. Somehow it never happened. That instruction Radhanath Swami carried in his heart, and it happened here. This is a secret. When we hear from Mahajana, miracles will take place. Anything can be done. It's not by tarko pratishta, not by logics, not by simply having a lot of skills and talents. No. Tarko pratishta, satyo bhinna, simply studying the scriptures, no, it will not work. Knowing all the Vedas, no. It's all dominated by modes. Naso risheshya matam na bhinnam. Saying yes to all kinds of philosophy will become a great saint? No. How? How to get this bhakti and give bhakti to others? Dharmasya tattvam nihita guhayam mahajanayena garsa pantaha. Mahajana, Prabhupada, we all know that. He had the desire. That desire, Radhanath Swami took it very seriously in his heart. And this whole project manifested. Here is the main thing is that devotion, bhakti, to Radha Govinda, Radha Madan Mohan, Radha Shyam Sundar. And see so many devotees. Anybody can create, but not the devotees. Not the devotees. To make devotees is not an easy thing. It's only the devotees. It comes from the heart. Krishna, ultimately Lord, Krishna is the one. The pure devotee, he carries Krishna in his heart. What Krishna was? Krishna is the order giver. And the pure devotees, and in the parampara, they are order takers. Then miracles will take place. We see the development here, so nice, so wonderful. In 2015, when I was here, there were 2-3 buildings were there, very nice. Now so many buildings have come up. That is so nicely, eco-friendly. Why? Facilities, caring. It's nothing but caring for people. Bring them here. Let them have a nice time. Ultimately, how to get connected to Krishna, Radha and Krishna. How to go back home, back to Godhead. This is a facility, how to go back home. And Radhanath Swami, we all know, such a caring devotee he is. He shows a lot of love to me, though I am not qualified. Once he told me, we are sitting on the banks of Yamuna. Then he told me, Prabhu, now and then you come here to GEV, you come here. Don't think it's somebody's project. It's our project. And he said, it's your project. You should come. That really touched my heart. Touched my heart. Look at that magnanimity, the magnanimous nature. Let's involve everybody, call everybody, receive everybody. Let's care for them. Because these devotees, these pure devotees, they carry a love in their heart. We can feel that. Because he took the instruction of Srila Prabhupada, we all know that what he has done to the world, what Prabhupada has done to the world. And how is that? They're so pure. The activities are pure, no defects. Brahma pramada vipralipsya karna patva arsha vignavakya nahi dosha sabha. Their words are pure. It's without any kinds of defects. They don't commit mistakes. No cheating propensity. They will not get illusioned. Senses are perfect, not imperfect. So this Arsha Vignya Vakya Nahi Dosha Sabha. When these people speak, it pierces the heart. Things change. That's the beauty of Srila Prabhupada and his disciple, exalted devotee Radhanath Swami. And his heart he gave to Gauranga Prabhu. Gauranga Prabhu, such a wonderful devotee, he's from IIT, mentally super intelligent. At the same time, taking the instructions, respecting the instructions, following the instructions very carefully, and building a team and creating such a beautiful dham. Is it a simple thing? I was just moving around yesterday, so cool and calm, so wonderful as the understanding. But cool and calm for me now, behind what's the job, how tough it is, such a big headache it is. Who knows that? Like one day Srila Prabhupada was holding his head like this. A devotee walks into the room. Prabhupada, how come you are holding your head? Prabhupada says, headache. Prabhupada, you are a transcendental person. You get headache? Then Prabhupada says, you don't know what is management is. You don't know what it is like to manage the whole world. So like that, sacrifice. For what? People like us can go back home, develop devotion towards the Lord. So this is the green revolution actually. Caring for everybody, human beings, plants, trees and shrubs, every insect, every bird is taken care. He is a devotee, cares for everybody. Like Srila Prabhupada, one day he was having his prasadam. Then he saw a small insect crawling. Then he called his secretary and said, I think this insect is very weak. Give some prasad. Give something to eat. He brought some leaves, flower petals, and put it in front of the insect. And this insect started nibbling. Then Prabhupada, seeing that, he started harming his prasadam. Tell me, who will do that? Anytime I never did that. Before eating, just to see any ant is there, any creature is there, hungry. No. But the pure devotees means they care for everybody. They're caring. And what Mahaprabhu has given us is Sankirtana. What is Sankirtana? I, you, and we. Together, let's call Krishna's name. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare. Sankirtana itself is a caring movement. And we see in our parampara, always chanting Hare Krishna. Sankirtana. Come together, let's chant together. I, you and we. Let's chant together. Care for each other. And Lord is present there. Our moment is caring moment. Coming to Tirupati, I saw Lord Balaji's photograph. I became very happy, And Tirupati, very beautiful. So beautiful it is. Go to Tirumala Hills, as said by Gauranga Prabhu, it's all green, clean and green. So nicely maintained. When Srila Prabhupada saw Tirupati temple, the management, the atmosphere, he told all his people, his disciples, all the temples in ISKCON should be maintained like this. But they struggled. It's not easy. It was controlled by different managements, different kings. So many unlimited problems they all faced. Only in the 60s it came to some shape. Things started changing after so much of suffering. They made a committee. Then they made an executive officer, a proper structure. Then things started changing, started developing very nicely. And we know it's the richest DT in the whole world. Per day, the undi money you get, something like 2 crore rupees. Undi alone, 2 crores. What it means? Huge. And they have 16,000 employees. Apart from so many thousands of brahmanas to take care of the deities. How this happened? Again, a pure devotee. Acharyas. Ramanujacharya. His kindness, his caring, and his humility. Humility is the main thing. Humility and tolerance, these two things are there, things will happen. That's what I see here. I see Radhanath Swami's humility. So sweet and so humble he is always. And Gauranga Prabhu, with all his talent, he is so humble. So wonderful. When these qualities are there, things will manifest. Once, when Ramanujacharya comes to Tirupati, down Tirupati, then Sri Shaila Purna, one of his guru, he comes down to receive Ramanujacharya. Then Ramanujacharya says, why you have come? It has sent some junior devotee. Then Sri Shaila Purna says, I am the junior most in 4 Mada Street in Tirumala. That's the humility. I am the junior most, but he was the senior. He's an Acharya. Actually, Ramanujacharya came there to learn Ramayana from him. What is there to learn in Ramayana? It's only a story. What to learn? Hear from a pure devotee. Hear from a qualified devotee. Miracles happen when hearing is good. When Krishna Katha is heard properly, things will change. As Srila Prabhupada says, all the problem one faces is due to lack of hearing. I got a problem with my mind? Lack of hearing. Relationship problem? Lack of hearing. Spiritual problems? Lack of hearing. Problem with the body? Lack of hearing. What is this? What body has got to do with the lack of hearing? My previous birth, I never heard properly. So I have this body. If I had heard properly, I wouldn't have had this body. I wouldn't have suffered so much. My case. Not any one of you is my case. So like that, you see. So, I'm so happy to be here. And by the blessings of Radhanath Swami and Gauranga Prabhu, I got the opportunity to be with Padma Nabh Goswami, Srivatsa Goswami, Anupama Goswami. I had their association. As we spent some time evening with them, so qualified, so exalted. Just imagine, Radharaman temple. Radharaman, the most beautiful deity in the world. Radha Madan Mohan temple. Sanatana Goswami's heart. And Jagannath Puri, Jagannath Swami. All these exalted devotees are here. Being with them, I've been purified. First I was thinking whether I can make it. But Gauranga Prabhu pushed me. You should come. As a vice chair of the GBC, unlimited things to do. So many small things, many things, But he said, you should come. You should come. Your tickets we are booking. Then I thought, yes, I should go. I remembered Radhanath Swami, yes, I should go. I remembered his instruction, come here whenever it's possible. I came here and I've been benefited very much by these exalted devotees and all of you. Thank you very much. Hare Krishna. Prabhupada ki jai.
Thank you very much, Revati Raman Prabhu, for sharing your wisdom and experiences from Tirupati. And for anybody who visits Tirupati from ISKCON side, they always connect with ISKCON Tirupati devotees for helping them for the darshan. Shivaram Maharaj has written a book called Navabraj Mahima, and in that he mentions about 5 types of Vrindavan. We speak about it all the time here at GEV. Golok Vrindavan, Bhauma Vrindavan when Krishna was personally present, Drishyamana Vrindavan after Krishna ended his pastimes, the current Vrindavan what we see with our limited spiritual vision. 4th is Vrindavan in the heart of the devotees, and 5th is Vrindavan created on the instruction of the devotees. In the 5th type of Vrindavan, there are 10 Vrindavans which have been enumerated. First is Krishna himself created a Vrindavan in Dwarka. It is there in Sanatana Goswami's Brihad Bhagavatamrita description in 2 chapters. Second is Vrindavan created by Rupa and Sanatana at Ramakeli. Third by Srinivas Acharya, who created Vrindavan in Banbishnupur. Fourth is Vrindavan created by Rasikananda in Balasore. Fifth by Jai Singh Maharaj in Kanak Vrindavan outside of Jaipur. Sixth is a beautiful Vrindavan created by Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur in Sri Chaitanya Mutt. 7th is by His Divine Grace Srila Prabhupada in New Vrindavan. 8th is by Shivaram Maharaj himself at Hungary. 9th is here at the Govardhan Eco Village. And the 10th is an interesting project called Uttar Vrindavan created in Almora. And we have with us Smt Chitra Iyer, who joined the Himalayan heritage at the age of 17, and it's a place where the overriding theme is harmony. It is a farm centered on Vaishnava worship based on temple seva, introspection and meditation. Chitraji is also working closely with Nainital Nagarik Association for resolving civic issues, and with Cedar Dehradun, University of Kalamazoo in Michigan, working on research on apple production and pollinator diversity. She is herself a very deep spiritualist, researcher, and deeply involved with trying to understand the 360-degree harmony as described by the Acharyas of Sri Vrindavan Dham. Her name was recommended to me by Srivatsa ji, and we are very honored to have you, madam, here for our conference. And on behalf of all the assembled devotees, let us welcome her with a round of applause.
Hare Krishna. Pranams to the gurus who are always present, and to the gurus who are present here, and to the devotees and sadhaks of GEV. Jai Radhe. I owe everyone an apology. I did not want to reveal the place I belong to because we are fairly isolated and we abhor publicity. So I did not mention that we are Uttar Vrindavan, established by Yashodama in 1929, along with her disciple Shri Krishna Prem. And Krishna Prem's Shishya Madhavashish is my guru, and I've spent a total of 21 years at the ashram. So my apologies for calling it a Himalayan hermitage. It is not something I started, but it is a life I love. I'm going to read out something. Whatever I say, anything good that I say belongs to my gurus, and all the mistakes are mine. My village looks out into fold upon fold of the Kumaon hills, stretching to the horizon, where the flat line of Nainital China Peak marks the beginning of the plains. And again, beyond the 7,000-foot ridge, that backs the village, the hills of the middle Himalayas stretch northwards for another 50 miles, ending abruptly where they meet the towering Himalayan snow range. On the western horizon stands Badrinath and Nilkant. On the eastern, the distant mountains of Nepal, and in the center, Trishul and Nanda Devi rise above the foothills, sometimes seeming to float on a mist as blue as the sky. This is the mighty barrage that checks the northward bound monsoon, and these hills that collect the rain and send it out as perennial streams southward to water and Sincho, the Gangetic Indian plains. Rajan's Prabhu took me day before yesterday, on a brief tour of GEV to see your project. We are at the cusp of India's decision to ban single-use plastic from July 1st, 2022, and every act of ours generates plastic. And I believe that nothing will change until we look at our own consumption patterns, how we deal with the plastic that comes into our homes. The effort to reduce must also involve the producer. Plastic is actually a wonderful material in itself. It's a valuable invention, but it is disaster for the earth. Govardhan eco-villages and oasis. Your large water bodies, I mean, that's just amazing. It reminds me, the seeping of the water into the surrounding land to nourish the greenery that you're also lucky to have is rather like Bhakti, I feel, which must infuse every aspect of our lives. For the most part, I mean, and the challenge always is how to spread the awareness. We don't think about water until there is a water shortage. And as was pointed out earlier, we don't notice the air we breathe until hit by respiratory diseases, or notice the earth that we stand on. I call myself a gardener. I'm a Malin, not a Malkin, a Malin. I love growing things. I love seeing the magic of a seed turning to a flower or a fruit or wheat or barley or maize. It's a magical world. And I read that when a plant root pushes into the soil, it triggers an explosion of activity and bacteria, like when we are happy and endorphins fill us. We depend on soil for 99% of our food, but we hardly know it. A zoologist, on examining a kilo of mitti under a microscope, found more branches of the animal kingdom than a week-long safari in Africa. Bacteria, fungi, plants, and soil animals work unconsciously together to build an intricate, coherent world. It's like the architecture another Chitra is building, which is interconnected, harmonious, and cohesive. The connection between soil and plants is equally complex. Each releases chemicals. But they are so complex because the plant does not alert bacteria in general, but only that particular bacteria, which will help promote its growth. How fantastic is that? It's like the relationship between a mother and child, lover and beloved, guru and disciple. Like GEV, our gurus built a small community of men and women pursuing one common aim, the spirit of mutual help and loving service to all. We are taught not to draw too sharp a distinction between our inner and outer life. We are instructed to be watchful and not be content to drift along, carried by unconscious tides. So if one has to put it as a system, then, to make the living use of a thing and not to make a dead use of it, which means to develop its efficiency to the highest degree possible. In other words, with life, creatively. A simple example might be, the water sitting in a dirty pot in your sink, which you just chuck down the drain. Well, water your plants with it. But there is a wonderful story by the Buddha on this issue, where a disciple went to him and said that my choga is torn and tattered. May I have a new choga? And the Buddha went up to him and looked at his choga, and sure enough, it was tattered. So he said, all right, and he instructed some other disciple to get this disciple a new choga. Few days later, he visited him and said, do you need anything else? Is the choga comfortable? And the disciple said yes. So he said, by the way, the Buddha said, by the way, what did you do with the old choga that you had? Tathagat, I use it as my bedspread. Then what did you do with your old bedspread? I turned it into curtains. But you already had curtains hanging there, so what did you do with your curtains? I sent it down to the kitchen to use to handle hot pots. So then what did the kitchen helpers do with the cloths that they already had to handle the bartans? They turned them into mops. And what happened to the mops? For the floor. And this is where us Vaishnavas will find it very difficult, but the disciple said, there was no more use we could make of those tattered mops. We turned them into wicks, which are burning in the oil in your room, Tathagat. And India has always been a country of recycling. We always recycled. We seem to have forgotten it all. Mysticism, which is the inner life of religion, in whatever way we understand it, must not be pushed to the background. Without it, there can be no true feeling of reverence for nature or any true understanding of man as a strand only in nature's web. We did not weave the web of life. We have exploited our rights. And we forget that whatever we do to the web, we do to ourselves. Would you like to know a little bit about our ashram? All right, okay. So Mirtola was founded in 1929 by Yashodhama, who was the wife of an Indian the first Indian vice chancellor of Lucknow University, Gyanendranath Chakravarti. Sorry, oops. Okay. Gyanendranath Chakravarti, and she had her disciple with her, Ronald Nixon, who was an Englishman, who became Sri Krishna Prem, and he's well known for his commentaries and the book by Dilip Kumar Roy. And when they first came to Mirtola, I don't think Ma realized how cold it was going to be. This was 1928 and 29 when they found the property. And there was hardly any wood. The villagers had cut the trees down, the oak trees. There were shrubs, very few trees. And so, 6 feet of snow. And so she started rationing wood. And we call her our first environmentalist. Someone who was very aware of cordoning off the property, planting trees during the monsoon, rationing wood, what is it called? We fell oak leaves for fodder. So doing it judiciously, not just hacking away at the tree. And this work has been continued by each one of our gurus who saw the interconnectedness between the inner life and the outer life, and they strove to build a world where everything sang with that spirit of seva. The seva begins in the temple. Everything is connected to the temple, which is the center of the ashram. The physical work gives us dignity of labor. You cannot grow a stalk of wheat for one person. So inevitably, when you farm, you grow for the larger family, you grow for the community, you grow for your country. But physical labor has a challenge. When you're asked to do something in the ordinary sense, which might be offensive, can you do it willingly? Can you do it without inner murmuring? And this leads us to the second aspect that we look at, which is introspection, because physical work will bring up all kinds of negative emotions, the entire gamut of them. So what introspection and self-reflection does is it helps us become aware of someone who can look at this also when we can step back. The third aspect that we work with is psychology, which is dream analysis. And the reason we do this is because when all these emotions come up, you need to find an emotional focus. And so we use this as a tool for understanding ourselves, not to become well-adjusted creatures in the world, but to understand ourselves. And when we understand ourselves, inevitably everything changes in our responses. The fourth is meditation, which helps us find the still point. And every sadhak and devotee over here and anywhere in the world, I mean, this is what meditation is meant for, to find that still point. Yes. We attempt to live through the center, the heart. For only through that can the circumference of our lives find a focus. Without that center, all attempts at harmonious living can only find horizontal connections. The center raises the interconnectedness vertically, giving wholeness at every level. So we say, when you are suffering, you go, now there are only two ways you can go. You can either go down, you can call it prayer, or you can go up, connect with the buddhi, and we call that Shreya. And each time you make the choice, you strengthen something in here. So the center raises the interconnectedness vertically, giving wholeness at every level. This is the effort of every sadhak, to find that center within him or herself, transcending the little concerns of every day. When we begin to align ourselves through loving seva to everything around us, we become part of the cycle of reciprocal maintenance, like the plant and soil. And we do this consciously. Our challenges are different from dhams, as we are not so easy to access. But even we in our mountain fastness must understand and adapt to a rapidly changing world fueled by technology and easy knowledge at our fingertips. Jageshwar, one of the 12 Jyotirlingas, is only a few kilometers from us, and it has been impacted by unbridled tourism. We have the disaster at Kedarnath in 2013 as a case in point. Sadly, memory is short, and the pressures and strains tremendous. Waste disposal is a rising problem, with hillsides strewn with plastic. Energy and water consumption on pilgrim routes are the other critical issues. We talk of low-impact tourism, but what are the ways to implement this? We don't have end solutions. I mean, I would be interested to talk to you about how Tirupati does it, because our local school on the roadhead, it's a primary school, and there's a huge garbage dump next to it. I mean, it's really sad. I believe education is the key. But educating children below 10, educating a whole generation to understand not just their rights, but also their responsibilities, civic responsibilities as well. And that is the only thing that can close the gap, practical environmental education, which can close the gap between knowing and doing. Radhanath Swami ji, thank you so much for having me here, and congratulations on your 40th year of dedication. It's wonderful. And thank you, Gaurang ji. And thank you, Haripriya, and Anup, I don't know where he is, and Rajhams, who took me around. Thank you for your time and generosity. Thank you to all the gurus. Pranam. Jai Radhe.
Thank you very much, Chitraji, for sharing your vision and sharing your experiences from the beautiful project. Indians travel 4 times more for religious reasons than for business, as per data from NSSO. In 2018, the UP government released statistics that 29 crore 290 million tourists were recorded in UP, out of which almost 28.5 crore tourists were domestic and almost 38 lakhs were from abroad. Out of this, in the 4 most prominent religious places in UP, Prayagraj got 4.5 crore, Ayodhya got almost 2 crore tourists, Govardhan got 1.6 crore, and Vrandavan got 1.4 crore tourists. One of the most prominent tourist places now also happens to be one of the most exalted and worshipable holy place, especially for the Gaudiya Vaishnava community, which is Shri Jagannath Puri Dham. In 2019, 600,000 visitors came during the Rath Yatra period. In the Navakalevar year, we got almost 3 million tourists. In 2006, a 900-year-old well, 2 wells called Ganga and Jamuna, from where water for Jagannath's worship was being fetched, both of these wells became dry. Almost 24 million liters of water per day is being pumped from 2 aquifers, Balia Panda and Alabana, and the aquifers are drying up pretty fast in Jagannath Puri. Orissa lost almost 28%, which is 154 kilometers of its coastline, due to erosion over the last 20 years. Strong tidal waves were experienced in Jagannath Puri in 2006, 2016 and 2018. And so, Jagannath Puri is a very, very important holy place, but now fast under attack thanks to tourists, mainly from some of the prominent cities in Bengal. We have with us His Grace Madhavananda Prabhu, who joined ISKCON way back in the early 80s at LA, and he came to Bhubaneswar in 1993. He is a disciple of His Divine Grace Srila Gaur Govinda Swami Maharaj. Madhavananda Prabhu has been active in publications of Vaishnava literatures, especially the Gopal Jiu publications, the Krishna Kathamrita and Krishna Kathamrita Bindu magazines are very, very popular amongst the Vaishnava community. His academy, and very recently, on behalf of BRC, he has very kindly accepted the responsibility of leading the Bhaktivedanta Research Center at Jagannath Puri. On behalf of all the assembled devotees here, we would like to welcome His Grace Madhavananda Prabhu to present his wonderful realizations with a round of applause.
Guragraganya gana gotra goloruharam Goranga gurachama gopyara kopa briksham Gopala gadharatidam yati singha gora Govinda deshikavaram satatam namami Gurave gurachandraya Radhikaya tadalaye Krishnaya Krishna bhaktaya Tad bhaktaya namo namaha Vancha kalpatarubhischa Kripa sindhu bhyevacha Patitanam pavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo namo namaha Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Srivasadi Gaura Bhakta Brinda Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare. A few weeks ago, my wife and I had the good fortune of being at Govardhan, and one of our friends who's a local Dambasi there suggested to us that they have a custom, the Brijbasis, when you have a problem or if you have a strong desire, you take a box of sweets and you put it to the foot of Giriraj and you tell him what your desire is. And so we did that. We put a few boxes. And our desire was that we would get some association with some special saintly devotees. And yesterday, Krishna Kun was telling me, do you remember those boxes? And we feel very, very grateful to be here. I want to offer my pranams to Radhanath Maharaj, who's been a great well-wisher and wonderful example for all of us. And Srivatsa Goswami, who's also one of my great heroes for so long, and Padmanabh Maharaj, and Radhika Raman Prabhu, and Mother Chitra. Thank you very much for your wonderful talk. I feel very, very humbled and embarrassed to be here. Maharaj welcomed me, and a few days ago, and I told him that this is your quality of being a Mahatma, because you see everyone very equally, and even you welcome the mosquitoes, because I'm less significant than the mosquitoes. At least the mosquitoes are Deshis, but I'm a Bideshi mosquito. So I'm a little confused what I should speak about Gauranga Prabhu, who's given such a wonderful project here and has given such nice talks, and I really appreciate how in between each person you're giving so many relevant statistics and facts and things. What can I offer to everyone here? Perhaps the best thing I can offer is a little bit of my own personal experience. Maybe that's the most relevant for everyone. Before I came to this movement, I wanted to find a sacred place. And I was living in a cave in Mount Lemmon in Arizona for some time because I wanted to find something spiritual. And then, it's a long story, but somehow I met the devotees. And I was living for many years in the Los Angeles community, and I always heard about India and the holy dhams, and I was so eager to try to come. I grew up in America in a family. We did a lot of hiking and spent a lot of time in the outdoors. And I was trained from a very early age to whatever you carry in, when you're backpacking or hiking, you carry the same thing out. In fact, we'd carry extra things out if we'd find any garbage. Before I came to Krishna consciousness, I thought I wanted to be spiritual. I wanted to be like a sadhu. So I decided I would just go out on the road and just walk and just see where God took me. And I went all over America and different places. And I had one habit I would do at that time, which I felt was spiritual. I would pick up garbage. And I'm still picking up garbage something today. Sometimes we ask people, what is the number one product that's created in the world? And it's an interesting question. Many different people answer in different ways. They'll say cars, they say computers, they say make. We create in the world today is garbage. And I grew up humble way. And then I came to India very, very excited to come to the Dham and come to this very pious place. And it hurt some when I came to the Dham and I saw the situation. But I was able to appreciate the Dham, something because, as Srila Prabhupada would sometimes say, you see the Dham with your ears. And I had the good fortune of associating with saintly persons who were speaking about the Dham. I remember hearing a story how one ISKCON devotee in South America, his father was a mayor of a small town. And somehow this devotee convinced his father to come to Vrandavan. And the devotee glorified Vrandavan and said, Father, this is the most spiritual, wonderful place in the world, and you have to come. Unfortunately, he didn't have such a good experience. And he told his son, he said, our public toilets are cleaner than the streets in this place. So as Gauranga Prabhu was mentioning earlier, there's different types of darshan we may have. One is Drishyaman darshan, which he mentioned. We see the external things. Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati once, there's a story, he was walking with the devotees in Mayapur. And there was some dead animal or something by the road, and it was a bad smell. And the devotees were all covering their faces when they went by. And Srila Bhaktisiddhanta suddenly stopped. And he said, you don't see that Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu is dancing here, the Panchatattva here? All that you experience is a bad smell. So that's our Drishyaman darshan. Rather, we should have Shabda darshan. We should take Shikta-pata, the pathway of seeing through the ears, as the Bhagavatam, 3rd canto, describes. we want to hear from saintly persons. We were discussing yesterday in a very wonderful meeting, Radhanath Maharaj spontaneously evoked by the Samadhi of Rupa Goswami here. And I was mentioning how a few weeks ago in Jagannath Puri we had a group of devotees, and someone was asking the question, how is it that so many pandas, they have a impersonalistic idea of Jagannath? And then I mentioned to the devotees, I said, we just did Harinam. We were sitting in the middle of a forest glade, one of the few forests that we're able to take devotees to in Puri. And I asked the devotees, when we were doing Harinam on the way here, how many of you noticed all the Tulsi Stambhas on the way? And everybody noticed that. And I asked, how many of you noticed the writing in Oriya language under the Tulsi Stambhas? None of them had noticed that. But I said, there's 16 words. That's the Hare Krsna Mahamantra. And here in Orissa, it's the place of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and Jagannath. And you'll find Tulsi outside everyone's home and the Hare Krishna Mahamantra. But at the same time, there's some problems there. Once our friend Bhaktidas Prabhu, Prabhupada's disciple, was once in Puri, and one of our friends brought the tourist minister of Orissa to meet him. And the tourist minister was told, this man's a big businessman, he's very knowledgeable. And the tourist minister asked him, what can we do in Jagannath Puri to attract more tourists? And Bhaktidas told him, well, that's very easy. You should make it cleaner than Singapore and Switzerland. And then so many people will come. And the tourist minister kind of stammered, well, that's a very difficult thing. Why is it such a difficult thing? This is something I've been contemplating something about. When we speak about the vision of the Dham, there's Drishyaman Darshan, there's Shabda Darshan, but we want to come to the point of seeing Aprakat Darshan. We want to see the pastimes of Radha and Krishna going on right then. It depends on our consciousness. And I like to see Jagannath Puri, we call it the Jagannath Puri University of Braj Prem. It's a place where Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu went to do bhajan, to teach us how to enter into Vrandavan. And in that university, all the different tirthastalis are different classrooms, teaching us different lessons. And the first classroom is a Jagannath Mandir. And one of the major instructions there is about organized religion. Because the Jagannath Mandir is a very big place with so many millions of people coming every year, as Gauranga Prabhu was pointing out. But Mahaprabhu, he was going there 3 times a day, according to Lochandas Thakur and Chaitanya Mangal, and thereby teaching us that we should support organized religion. But at the same time, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu was staying in another place close by, which is a Gambhira. And there he was with just a few devotees, Srup Damodar, Govinda, his servant, Roy Ramananda, Raghunath Das Goswami was there sometimes. And thereby he's teaching us that we should learn the art of living alone in the crowd. We should live in the crowd, and we have an obligation for this world, but we should also live alone, and we should focus on keeping our own private world pure. And that begins with our consciousness. So we have so many different devotees we bring to Puri over the years, and I've always had kind of a conflict coming to India because I'll tell you a little story. A few years ago, I was asked to speak at an international conference at Utkal University, it's the biggest university in Orissa, on business and ethics. And you can ask my wife, I'm a terrible businessman. I can't do banking or anything with money. And so I stood up there in front of all these people from all over the world, and they're mostly Deshis, mostly Indian people. And I told them to begin, I said, this is a little funny. Here I am, I'm a Bideshi, but I'm standing here in Adodi and Kurta going to speak to you about Bhagavad Gita. And here all of you are Deshis, and you're wearing pants and shirt, and you're here to talk about business. So it's a matter of consciousness, and living in Puri, it's always a confusing thing for me because I was a Jagannath Pujari long before I came to India. But one of the few things I know how to say in Bengali and Odia and Hindi is Bideshi Prabesh Nishad, living so long in Jagannath Puri. But I've learned something over the years, who's really a Deshi and who's really a Bideshi. Who's really a Dambasi and who's not a Dambasi. You may know that Putana and Kanks are Dambasis, right? They're born in Braj, but they're not Dambasis. As Thakur Bhaktivinoda describes in his book, Navarita, in his writings, he says that there's a proto-Maya energy of the Lord which covers the Dham. And some people are on top of the Dham, but they're not really in the Dham. So I came here to this conference. I'm very grateful to Gauranga Prabhu and the other devotees for bringing me here. I'm a little embarrassed. I don't feel like I have so much to contribute. But I wanted very much to hear these topics because it touches my heart. In Jagannath Puri, we bring devotees from all over the world, and I'm so excited because we love the Dham there. But when I bring them and you see sewage on the street and garbage and things there, and there's a terrible smell. And I've been to Jerusalem. A few years ago, we had the opportunity of going. It's spotlessly clean. And I've heard in Mecca, it's spotlessly clean. And how is it that the most important places in the world are so very, very filthy? So we want to have a positive attitude about it. We want to try to do something helpful. So I speak to the devotees who are coming, and I encourage them that we're not coming here for tourism. We're not coming here for sightseeing or to take pictures or to have prasadam or to take bath in the ocean. But the reason I'm facilitating this is I want to facilitate Dham Seva. We should come here to serve the Dham. You can come here like a tourist, and it's a very wonderful thing. You'll still get so much benefit. And please, people should come to the Dham, even for that motivation. But if you want the best benefit, then you please come and do Dham Seva. And what's the best Dham Seva we can do? Is Nam Seva. Because we have to create a consciousness. We have to revive the consciousness. We have to keep alive the consciousness, the sanctity of that place. And that's why I'm so happy being here. As so many of the speakers have been mentioning, this GEV project is so wonderful. And I like very much the signs I've seen in a few places that this is not a place for tourism. This is a place for chanting and for prayer. And I hope that we always keep that kind of mood. In Jagannath Puri, I see sometimes what can happen, even to our own ISKCON society, our Vaishnava community, if we go too much in the direction of just seeing everybody as I sometimes tell the Pandits, I ask them, is it Jagannath Bhagavan or is it Paisa Bhagavan? And it used to be people who wanted to go to at least once in their life to Jagannath Puri or Vrandavan or Badrak Aksham. But now the new and they would want to go there and collect some dust and bow down before Thakurji. But now everyone wants to go to New York City. And they want to go to Wall Street and they want to collect some dust and bow down. And that's the perfection of their life, if they can do that. We need so much to change the consciousness here. So when we bring devotees to the Dham, we try to encourage them to do Dham Seva. And one of the things we've done over the years is we try to have a Dham Seva day, which generally is collecting garbage. And I can just tell you one little story of that. One year we decided to go to the Gambhira. And now Krishna Gopal Maharaj, the Mahant there, they're building some Bhagavat place for Katha behind the Gambhira. But at that time there was a big field, and it was full of garbage. So we had about, I don't know, maybe 50 or 100 devotees, Bideshis mostly, white-skinned people like myself. In the back of that field, we were all collecting all kinds of garbage. And after about an hour or so, all of a sudden you started seeing different sadhus showing up from the Gambhira. And they were just standing there and looking at us. And a few of them began to cry. And it really touched my heart very, very deeply. Because for the Bideshis here, you don't understand what it means to be a bungi. If you want to get in a fight with someone in India, that's a good word to use. If you call someone by that name, it means someone who's cleaning the streets. And it's considered to be the lowest occupation. And the highest occupation is to be a sadhu, their face really melted my heart. So I don't know how many answers I have for these problems before us today. Just this one humble suggestion. Let's remember the Bhagavatam. In the it's described in which is a Purana, the Harivamsa Purana. It's described Shiva Jalasaya, that the Jamuna was the life of Vrindavan. That water is the life. And Kavi Karnapurna is a Namdad Vrindavan Champu. He describes further that Jamunasya Hridrogaha, that Kaliya was a heart disease in the Jamuna. So Kaliya, it's a big subject matter. I'm going to finish in just a moment. We won't go in that direction. But what is the meaning of Kaliya? Kala iya iti Kaliya. It's a compound word, kala and iya. And what does the suffix iya mean? It means to belong to something. We have Gaudiya. It means someone who belongs to Gaudadesh, roughly. So Kaliya means someone who has these qualities of kala. And according to the Sanskrit dictionary, kala has a number of meanings. It means black. But kala also means a black snake. But kala also means censor or criticism. And it indicates selfishness to the insane degree that we want to try to criticize other people. So we need just the opposite of that. In Bhaktivinoda Thakur, he comments that although Kaliya received so much mercy from Krishna, that he's an example given of great mercy. Krishna put his feet on Kaliya's head, but still Kaliya was driven out from Braj. Why? Because Kaliya didn't take shelter of any of the Brijbasis. Because to enter Vrindavan means we have to learn to love the Brijbasis. So it means we need to have an attitude of service to the world. So today we're also observing the 40th anniversary of Radhanath Maharaj's sannyas. And I think he's the most wonderful example of this, the opposite of Kaliya. When I saw Maharaj the first time here, this was my first visit to the GEV, I told Maharaj, I said, Maharaj, I'd always wanted to know what does the heart of Radhanath Maharaj look like. And now I think I have some vague idea by what I can see here in this place. So Maharaj, thank you very much for dedicating your life and giving everything in your sannyas. And I see that you're such an example that causes pain sometimes to our heart. That you're always traveling and moving about and just giving everything that you have. But this is a solution that we need today. We need to become selfless. We need to stop thinking of ourselves and think of other persons. So thank you very much, Maharaj. You're the best example of holistic eco-living that I can think of in the most natural way. So thank you all very much. Hare Krishna.
Thank you so much, Madhavananda Prabhu, for sharing your beautiful story, which was very moving, and for someone who has lived in Holy Dham like Jagannath Puri for so many years, your observations were bang on spot. We have with us Acharya Srivatsa Goswami ji, who's done his masters in philosophy from Banaras Hindu University, and he has been teaching religion and philosophy at BHU, a recipient of the Sangeet Natak Academy Award, and contributing as a scholar and visiting professor at Harvard Divinity School in USA and Heidelberg University. Is also the director of Sri Chaitanya Prema Samsthan, an institute of Vaishnava philosophy and culture. And he has several books published by University of Princeton Press, University of Berkeley Press, and others. And most importantly, a very, very close friend, well-wisher of ISKCON and Govardhan Eco Village and His Holiness Radhanath Swami in particular, and also a mentor for our Bhaktivedanta Research Center, a person who is deeply committed to academics in Gaudiya literatures and was very much instrumental in creating a fantastic collaboration between India and the Western academic universities with respect to scholarship. A person who is very, very deep and exalted in his realization of what Sridham Vrandavan needs for the future to retain its sanctity. Let's welcome Acharya Shri Srivatsa Goswami ji to the podium with a round of applause.
नमोस्तुनन्ताय सहस्रमूर्ते सहस्रपादाक्षशरोरुबाहवे सहस्रनाम्ने पुरुषाय शाश्वते सहस्रकोटियुगधारिणे नमः। आनन्दलीलामयविग्रहाय हेमाभदिव्यच्छविसुन्दराय तस्मै महाप्रेमरसप्रदाय श्री चैतन्य चंद्राय नमो नमस्ते। श्री रूप सनातन भट्ट रघुनाथ श्री जीव गोपाल भट्ट दास रघुनाथ एछाय गोसाईर करि चरण बंदन जहा हईते विघ्न नाश अभीष्ट पूरण। राधे राधे। Please accept my pranam, all the gurus present in this room and all the Rasik Bhaktijan. This event is built around an event happening 40 years back. It is about giving up. So in the beginning, I request you to give up something. With due respect and apologies to Gaurang Prabhu, whatever he said about me, you have to give up. If you are willing to give up, then I can continue. I am really grateful to my fellow pilgrims, the gurus, for showing me the path to travel today. So that when we travel to leave a positive footprint, or when we travel to reach our destinations, pilgrimage centers, can they become models for care for environment? And enough light has been shed on these two focal points since this morning, and I'm grateful to them for that. These 2 points, as the agenda of our deliberation, is a huge challenge, huge challenge. But it is also a dream for creating a harmonized living. And I said, I'm grateful to the gurus. I had nothing to say on this because I have not accomplished anything on this, despite the generosity of Gaurang Prabhu's description. But one thing I have, that I live in Vrandavan in a place called Bhramar Ghat. the ghat which is dedicated to the Lord as a bee, a bumblebee, Brahmar. And what does the Brahmar do? Brahmar doesn't have any honey in it. So it moves from flower to flower to flower to flower and takes the other's pollen and nectar and produces as its own. So in that blatant spirit of a Brahmar, whatever I have collected this morning, I am going to present it back to you. I remember someone, as I said, these 2 points, not only challenges, but it is also a dream. And I remember someone having such a dream. And I have come to know that Mataji Chitraji, their ashram has very solid understanding of the consciousness and the analysis of dreams as reality. So what was the dream? The dream was temple to be a center of spiritual education. It was a dream. The dream was the ashram should cultivate pure living. That was the second layer of the dream. The third layer was the hospitals that treat patients with modern and traditional methods of medicine was part of the dream. The dream was that the schools should impart academic, moral, and spiritual education. The dream did not end there. It continued. It was a long dream, although it was dreamt long back. The farms to practice and demonstrate environmentally sustainable farming. The dream continued. There should be a kitchen for the hungry and the deprived humanity. A great dream, a wonderful dream, but dreaming alone will not translate into a reality, however deeply you analyze it. Analytical awareness of dream is not going to translate the dream into a reality. Something more is required. Something more is required. One has to undertake a journey, a pilgrimage from dream to reality. And that journey is pilgrimage, is a pilgrimage. To deal with the challenges linked to pilgrimage, we have to look for the pilgrims who have left positive footprints and those who have created centers of environmental awareness. Such a pilgrim, interestingly and also intriguingly, are those who undertake the route of sannyas as a necessity. As a necessity in the process of translating dreams into reality, the journey is, the pilgrimage is through sannyas. Is through sannyas. For our dreamer, whoever dreamed that big dream, he's not a mystery to you, but to me he is still a mystery. Whoever dreamed that, which I reported to you. For our dreamer, he has a model pilgrim, a sannyasi pilgrim, who is well known as Shri Krishna Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. The model dreamer and a pilgrimer. For our dreamer, Mahaprabhu is the eco-teacher. Eco-teacher. His green pilgrimage, Mahaprabhu's pilgrimage, was towards fulfilling a dream. And the dream was every corner of the earth should be vibrant with the green consciousness. Prithvite ache jote ko nagaradi gram. Every nook and corner of this globe should be lit with the green consciousness. Green consciousness. He said, I have dreamt it, that hoibe, this will happen. He is saying this in 16th century. Doesn't matter, it took 500 years to happen. But it's happened. It has happened. Why did he dream that? And why did he say that with such a conviction? Because he understood that the idea of the green pilgrimage, the green consciousness, the green philosophy, that idea is rooted in one word: seva, service, or bhakti. Bhakti. That is the essence of green consciousness or green philosophy. So bhakti is the upaya. If you want to sustain our globe, because that has been the major concern of every speaker, and those who are not speaking, it is their concern. How do we sustain our planet? And if we do not sustain our planet, how do we sustain ourselves? So this pilgrim, this sannyasi, 500 years back, he said, if you want to sustain yourself and sustain the planet and sustain the universe, the creation and everything, there's only one thing: serve. Bhakti bina jagater nahi avasthan. This world will not sustain even a moment without bhakti, without service. Without service. So bhakti is the only upaya, only means, only solution, where one is aware of the other, whether the other is a living being or a natural phenomena. A bhakti is one who acts for the good of the other. Good of the other. And that is the way of a green pilgrim. That is the way of the green pilgrim. And to teach the knowledge system of seva. Because seva, hi paramo dharmaha, that is fine. But seva dharmo paramagaheno is the most mysterious element out of all the three yogas. Jnana Yoga, Karma Yoga and Bhakti Yoga. Bhakti Yoga is the most difficult to understand and most difficult to practice. Bhakti karat kathinai. Tulsidas, he says, it is very easy to travel on the path of Jnana. Very easy to travel on the path of Nishkama Karma Yoga and Vairagya. But impossible to travel on the path of bhakti. Bhakti karat kathinai is the most difficult path. So we need a knowledge system for bhakti. How to serve, whom to serve, when to serve, and what not to serve. We need a total and a complete knowledge system for serving if we want to make a green pilgrimage. So to teach that knowledge system of seva, Mahaprabhu entered into sannyas. It was a logical next moment in his dream of Prithvite Hoibe. To fulfill that dream, he entered into sannyas. Vairagya Vidya Nij Bhakti Yoga Sikshartha Mekam Purushah Purana. That being, that absolute consciousness, who is Purana Purusha, Purana means who never becomes old, who is eternal. So that being, he took a human body to teach this knowledge system of service. Sikshartha. Only purpose of his taking a human body is to teach us. What? The knowledge system of Nija Bhakti Yoga, the path of Bhakti. But what is the Vidya? What is the knowledge system of Bhakti? Vairagya. Sannyas. If you understand sannyas, the wisdom of sannyas, you are on the path of Bhakti. You can serve. Otherwise, a distant dream. Only a distant dream. Shri Krishna Chaitanya Sharira Dhari Kripam Buddhi is an ocean of compassion. Ocean of compassion, Tamaham Prapadya. We all bow down to him for his favor done to us. Favor done to us. So to teach the path of Bhakti Yoga, he practiced the knowledge system based upon Vairagya, non-attachment. He also believed that Vairagya is the instant product. Instant product. You have not to make an effort. The Vairagya is the instant product of Bhakti. Bhakti to the divine. Bhagavati Bhakti Janayati Ashu. Instantly, the whole system of bhakti will, or service will start operating in your being. So bhakti leads to vairagya. If we can put in simple words. Or vice versa. Vairagya leads to bhakti. If you have the knowledge system of vairagya, if you move on the path of vairagya, it generates bhakti in you. But if you have bhakti in you, you're automatically detached. It's a mystery. It's a coin. It's a Zen coin. But Sri Mahaprabhu's pilgrimage from Golok to Bhulok, from the eternal domain to the suffering domain of humanity, from Golok to Bhulok, was not so green. It was not an easy pilgrimage. Golok was a green field where there are no constraints for you to work on. You are free to implement your will and anything. So it was not a green field movement for Mahaprabhu from Golok to Navadvip Dham, to Bhulok. Here, to propagate bhakti, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu had to work in the constraints of previous ignorances, prejudices, orthodoxy, etc. Huge challenges, huge. Even at the cost of physical life for him and his company. So for making our life a green field, religious environment, we require several green tools and systems. This is what Mahaprabhu is telling us. It will come through a very hard-working path. So what are the tools? The tools is, first we need a green God. God is the problem. Problem is the God. Problem is not the world, not us. Problem is the God. So what do you need? You need a green God. All right? We have God. Krishnastu Bhagavan Swayam. No doubt. And we subscribe to him. All right? But Krishna worships whom as God? As his God. Do you need so much of time to respond to that? Who is Krishna's worshipped God? The roof should be having a hole in it. You should say, Bol Giriraj Maharaj ki. Krishnastu Bhagavan Swayam. But Swayam Bhagavan is worshipping whom? Giriraj. 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 One who sustains life, is practical religion. It's a very selfish religion. So Giriraj, who sustains life by providing so many, but one of the things which he provides generously is water. And what is life? Jalam vai jivanam. Water is life. The Vedas have proclaimed. Jalam vai jivanam. And Giriraj, through his green cover, brings us water and harvests that water through its innumerable kunds. So, that provider is our Giriraj Maharaj. Shri Giriraj is our God. And that's why the Brajvasi says, Krishna is not our Devta. Giri Govardhana Deva Hamaro. This mountain, the king of the mountain, is our God. They thump their 56 inches chest like this. Giri Govardhana Deva Hamaro belongs to us. He is our God. He is our God. And worships. But what is the path of worship? You need a green path for a green God. The green spirituality is the path of bhakti. And the path becomes the parikrama, becomes the discipline, becomes the spiritual enlightenment, which embraces the Lord in its full natural manifestation. Because he is on your right hand and you are completely encompassing and having it inside your being. So if somebody said that boond samana samud bich, that is understandable, that the drop can merge into an ocean. But he says immediately back, he said, samud samana boond bich. The ocean is also contained in one drop. So in the path of bhakti, that agama agochara buddhi par agama abhigata akatha apar, so that Purana Purusha, you can contain it. You can circumambulate it and you can contain that into your own being as the ansha of them. But it's possible. But in bhakti, it is also an inclusive parikrama. Because it includes jnana and bhakti, jnana and karma together. Jnana is objective, karma is subjective, a will factor. Jnana is cognitive factor, will is cognitive factor. But feeling, emotions, bhakti, seva, needs both, needs the subject and object both together. In knowledge, any subjective is denied. And any relationship with the subjective is also denied. In the path of willing, Paramahanta, the cosmic ego of the Lord, is supreme. The will is the creation. So the objective is negated. So there's no possibility of relation. But relation is the key of human experience and survival. So what do you need for relation? Two relata, and subject and object. So aswadya, aswadak, and swad of rasa. All the three are there. So that's why bhakti includes and transcends jnana and karma. So that green path of bhakti, and that bhakti is our Mother Ganga, which includes the karma stream Yamuna and the knowledge stream Saraswati in it. But still it is called Ganga. Ganga. But that parikrama may go haywire. There may be difficulties and pitfalls. So you need a goddess, a protective goddess for the green path. And who is the protective goddess? To be a good God, a good pilgrim, we need to be empowered on the path of selfless love and devotion. Selfless love. So who will protect us in that path so we don't fall short of completing our journey, the parikrama? The embodiment of Shakti or Bhakti, the power of Bhakti, the total potency of Bhakti is embodied in whom? Who is the goddess? Vranda Devi. For green pilgrimage, Radharani will not work. For green pilgrimage, the green goddess only will work. Vranda Devi. And that is the unique contribution of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Before him, do you find any reference to Vranda Devi in any Shastras? She was always there, always there, always there. But nobody had courage to accept the green goddess, Vranda Maharani. She is the Purnamasi Devi, under whose guidance the theater of Radha and Krishna's Leela is conducted. She is so powerful. She has power over Radha and Krishna both. If she says something, then only the Sakhis can move to help the divine. Otherwise, no possibilities. No possibility. So who does not patronize this Vranda Devi, does not patronize any worldly vested interest and desires. In worldly terms, it is very komal by nature, but very vulnerable. If there is a 40-degree temperature, it vanishes. If it is a almost 0-degree temperature, it vanishes. If there's too much of water out of your love for Vranda Devi, it vanishes. So komal, so tender, but absolutely powerful. So in the physical world, what it is value? What is economic value of Vranda Devi? Can you make some good furniture and roof and structures with the wood provided by Vranda Devi? Forget my heresy and my heretic language, please pardon me for that. But I'm trying to see, can Vranda Devi with its fuel make a cup of tea for me? No. No. No worldly value. But it's the most valuable, most powerful goddess ever available to humanity. Or aesthetically even. In our beautiful decorative pots made of metals and marbles and things, we will bring erica palms, money plants, this. Have you ever seen, even in a Vaishnava's house, Vranda Devi used for the sake of decoration? It is the force of the Lord that Branda Devi has found a place in every Vaishnava's home, but not as aesthetics. Not even aesthetics. If you search yourself within, you will say, oh, I must get a rose flower, I must get chrysanthemums, I could get this, I could get that. Will be put, even as a gardener, because we have a great gardener sitting with us, will be put as a decorative value, Brinda Devi on the top of the list? Brinda Devi says nobody does that. No one does that. Even the Vaishnavas do not do that. So, however, whatever is the case, Brinda Devi can empower us for enjoying Premmayi Seva without any expectation in return. Because Brinda Devi cannot fulfill any of your worldly desires, but still she can fulfill your highest desire. Highest desire. So what do you need then? If you have a goddess like this protecting you, then you have to have a green religion, full of green rituals. Green rituals. And I cannot go in detail. My time is already over, but you are patiently listening, so I'm encouraged to steal few more moments. That this religion is based on offerings. Whatever best in the creation, go for the best. Do not settle, do not compromise in producing the best. Do not go for genetically treated seeds. Go for the best. Sustainable seeds. Because the genetic seeds cannot give you fertile seeds. They are impotent. So offering the bhog, it should do the best out of the creation. Then when you make the bhog, it becomes the prasad. Because the happiness of the Lord of the universe is mixed in it, it becomes prasad. So the second dimension of green religion, sharing. And if we see in our temples, say in Radharaman or many other places, the chief priest will get the prasad only when every single devotee is fed, every single attendant in the temple household is fed. Whatever remains goes to the chief sevaka. Not before that. Sharing. The green religion. How we deal with the gross elements, the physical elements. Say, for example, water. In our temples, water from the natural bodies should be used for temple functioning, temple usage. Underground water, pumped water, is impure. Scientifically speaking, modern scientific point of view, the water coming from natural bodies have algae, have bacteria, have this, have that. And the water coming from 500 feet below is pure crystal water. But why these mad Goswamis prescribed कि ये नदी का पानी, कुएं का पानी, झरने का पानी, ये ठीक है. Pump water is impure. Pump water is impure. What was it? It was a very subtle understanding which the science cannot understand, but the green science can understand. The category of sacredness and purity. The water from the water bodies is sacred. वो पवित्र है. Water from the earth, वो शुद्ध है. तो शुद्ध में पवित्र में बहुत फर्क है. If we go for the शुद्ध, then the water as an element will become ashuddh. I give you an example. If you go to Srirangam, what is happening first thing in the morning? What is happening first thing in the morning? What is the first ritual? An elephant with umbrellas, with Nadaswaram, going to Kaveri. Although poor Kaveri has no water today, but doesn't matter. The ritual is still performed. Every day, every single day. Only when the water from Kaveri will come, only then the Ranganath can be woken up. Otherwise, he'll be in perpetual sleep. Same thing was with Radharaman in Vrandavan. Same thing with Ranganath temple in Vrandavan. Same thing with Srinathji in Nathadwara. Unless the bus brings the pitcher of Yamuna water to Udaipur every day, there will be no ritual performed. What was this stupidity that the dirty water is sacred and the pure water is impure? It was very simple thing. Till we linked our religion to the water from the natural bodies, we cared for it. We cared for it. The moment we linked ourselves with the mechanical water, the water comes from push of a button, Yamuna got defiled, the tanks got defiled, the wells vanished. Secondly, mechanical water is a violation of water body. Whereas the natural water bodies, wherever you bring your water, there may be some people sitting here who have spent their childhood drawing water from the well and taking bath. I have done that for many years. Even hot summer, 45 degrees, if I want to continuously take bath, I will pull 10 buckets, 5 buckets, 15 buckets, but not one extra bucket of water I will pull which I will not use. Whenever you are using water from a water body, you are using just whatever is enough for you. But today, you just press a button and the water is overflowing everywhere. It's a huge exploitation of the life source of humanity. And temple is telling you to come back to the natural water as a pure water. It's a huge challenge though, but we have to do that. Fire. Why are they mad? They have a matchstick. They can light match fire every morning, but they are mad. They are preserving fire since 1542. They are preserving fire since 1542 because fire is also our life element. Care for it. Don't misuse it. Respect it. It is your life. Then you have to have a green architecture for the religions and rituals to take place. Eco-friendly materials were always used in our temples. If you go to Rajasthan, there are certain varieties of stones. Still the Muslim community, they say, this is mandir ka patthar. This is mandir ka patthar. This is not for your home use. That kind of sensitivity and purity. It is not some stupid or miser act that the Srinathji is still in Nathadwara in a hut. The king could have made a marble stone structure for him. No. That Giriraj is a forest green god. How can he live in a marble structure? Even today, Srinathji, who is a billionaire himself, still lives in a hut. Because the Lord's rituals can be performed only in the green architecture. Green architecture. Environmentally friendly structures And if you see, even today in Vrandavan and other places, moved with Mahaprabhu's vision, the temples are called kunj. They are called groves. They are solid stone, sandstone structures. But they are called groves because what is there? All the embellishment is flora and fauna. Either some creepers, some flowers, some parrots, some other cows or some animals or birds. So it is a forest recreated in sandstone or marble stone. It's a green architecture theme. We never deviate from that. But all this have to be supported by green aesthetics. We all know what architectural disaster we are doing today on the name of religion, just because of lack of green aesthetics. The green aesthetic says all the ritual and practices is a rasopasana, is a rasamaya aradhana, is for getting the taste of the sublime. And it is an offering of love. Offer it in the same aesthetic way as you offer to your master, or in your family context, or with your friend, or with your sweetheart. You choose the offering, the way of offering the love. But that is the aesthetics which will never make you wrong in the green rituals and religion. All this Chaitanya Mahaprabhu warns. He said, nothing will of this happen unless you have a green metaphysics. You have to have a green metaphysics. It has to be foundation of the green religion, green everything. The reality is fully actualized only when it is with all its potentialities. All the potentialities. Like fire is complete only when it has its potency of heat and light in it. If you take away the potency of fire, it is a dead wood. It's nothing else. Similarly, the absolute reality of being, consciousness and bliss, Sachidananda Rupaya, Shri Krishnaya Vayam Numa, is a dead wood. It's a dead being, dead consciousness and dead bliss. If he is not in the company of Sandhini Shakti, Samvit Shakti and Alhadini Shakti. So that green metaphysics of these two coming together harmoniously and organically. But that metaphysics has to be supported by a green logic. The logic also should be green. The logic of, we all know, Achintya Bheda Bhed. Achintya Bheda Bhed is the green logic. The fire and the power of fire, are they one or are they different? We cannot decide. This is beyond the realm of the logic of binary opposites. Binary opposites. The binary opposite has divided our ecosystem, hugely divided and damaged our ecosystem into exploiter, exploited nature, exploiter humanity, consumer, consumed, and so on. It is the gift of the binary opposites logic. We see the results today is a total disaster. But if we follow the green logic of Achintya Bheda Bhed and not obsessed by the binary opposites logic, then we have room for the seeming opposites to play together freely. There's no contradiction. So let us return to our dreamer who undertook his pilgrimage on the footsteps of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, but with one difference. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's destination of pilgrimage was Vrindavan, but our dreamers' pilgrimage started from Vrindavan. From Vrindavan. But for both of them, Vrindavan was the key. It was the meeting point. Chaitanya's destination was Vrindavan because Vrindavan became, as per the wish of Chaitanya, the Pathshala, the education center, training ground, workshop of Bhakti. Bhakti Pathshala, and he appointed 6 major professors there. Shri Rupa Sanatana Bhatto Raghuna. Bhakti Pathshala. So, for the new dreamer in the 20th century, has to come to the Pathshala and begin the pilgrimage from there. From there. So, who is that dreamer? Do you know him? I don't know him. He also doesn't know. If you ask him, are you somebody? He will say, I'm nobody. I'm nobody. And I'm serious about it. He has no ID because he has taken sannyas. Sannyas is possible only when even your biometric identity is given up by you. The ritual of taking sannyas in the orthodox way is to do your cremation rites. That's why the sannyasi becomes preta, a walking dead man. No ID. If any ID is remaining, even if your name is remaining, you are not a sannyasi. So the Guru kills the name and gives a new ID, creates a new ID. So all the IDs have become irrelevant and he has lost them. Is he a Brahmin? No. Is he a Kshatriya? No. Is he a Vaishya? Or is your challenging Bhangi? Shudra? No. All right. Is he a Brahmachari? No. Is he a Grahastha? Is he a Vanaprastha? No. And is he a sannyasi? Sannyasi cannot say, I am a sannyasi. Naham vipro na chanarpati na vaishyo na shudro. When the ID was asked in Jagannath Puri by the great knowledgeable scholar, he says, Na yatirva, I am not even a sannyasi, but you look like a sannyasi. Mahaprabhu said, I am not a sannyasi. I have no ID. Which this world supports, I have no ID. I transcend the Varna and Ashram tradition. Total giving up. Renounced all for real and real ID. So what is your real ID? He says, Gopi bhartuhu charana kamalayoho das dasanudas. I am merely a servant of the servant of the servant of the feet of the Gopinath. If that ID works to you, take that ID from me. I have no other ID. And that is what sannyas is. The real ID of sannyas. So what you become? You become Krishna Das. All your names are taken away. You become Krishna Das, just Krishna Das. And our dreamer is known as Krishna Das initially. But who is Krishna, whose das he is. Krishna himself is a das of somebody else. And Raskhan found it. Raskhan बताए उन लोग लुगायन, देखो दुर्यो वह कुंज कुटीर में. What Krishna was doing? What is Krishna's only commitment? To massage the feet, the holy feet of Radharani in the groves. देखो दुर्यो वह कुंज कुटीर में बैठो पलोटत राधिका पायन. That is the only thing. That is the only identity of Krishna. So, finally, the Krishnadas has to move in the direction of Radha. And you may call him Radhanath Swami. You may call him. But Radhanath Swami, not Radhanath Das. I am intrigued. What is this blasphemy? How can Jivar Swarup hoy ki Radhanather Swami? अरे बोलूं बाबा, आपने बोलूं बाबा, आपने बोलूं. जीवर स्वरूप की होय Das, not Swami. But here we find some contradiction. The Leela is Adbhut. Radhanath Swami. Because Krishna himself said he has to be Swami. Because Aham Bhakta Paradhina. I am slave to my bhaktas. My bhakta are my mukutmani. Bhagat mere mukutmani. मैं भक्तन को दास, भगत मेरे मुकुटमणि. They are my crown of respect. So the name was correct and is correct and will remain correct as Radhanath Swami. Our sannyasi took a holy dip. After taking sannyas, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu took a dip in Katwa, and our sannyasi also took a dip. In which river? He wanted Yamuna, but Yamuna was not there. It was Ganga, where his physical and his spiritual mother merge in one body. One body. The journey, the flowing mother is the stream of bhakti. And Lord Krishna, despite his tremendous love for Yamuna Maharani, because Yamuna Devi is the only female who is present in Braj Leela, in Mathura Leela, in Dwarika Leela, in full embodied form. Only female in Krishna Leela, who is in Trisargo Mrisha, all three domains of Leela. She is there. But when he is telling that which river is my ID, he is not talking about Yamuna. Shrotasam Jannavi. Among the flowing streams, I am Ganga. Why is he saying that? Is he fallen out of love of Yamuna? Can we even question Krishna's love for Yamuna? But he is identifying himself with Ganga, because he knows Ganga is not just a water body, is a stream of bhakti. Ganga is bhakti. Yamuna is karma. Saraswati is jnana. So Ganga takes our pilgrim. Where does Ganga go? It goes to the ocean. And who is the ocean? Anand Sagar, Shri Krishna. So Ganga takes his true home, and our sannyasi's lost love, he finds it there. Thanks to Ganga. Thanks to Ganga. Ganga made him realize the true sannyasi nature. Samyak and sampurna nyas. Proper and total giving up. What does it mean? Ganga explained to him. The nyas also means, the Sanskrit word nyas means conscious appropriation or assignment of the divine in our body. when we do Anganyas. Keshavaya Namaha, Narayanaya Namaha, Madhavaya Namaha, Govindaya Namaha. This is Nyas. Assigning divinity to your own body. That is Nyas. So you have to do proper and total assignment of the divinity into your physical body. That is sannyas. Sannyas. Another meaning of sannyas. So our sannyasi appropriated, but also committed to bhakti. Realizing Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's words that bhakti bina jagatir nahi avasthan. The physical body will not survive without bhakti. Not survive. But bhakti karat katnai, difficult. When Ganga flows, it has nothing but obstacles in its path from Gangotri. When it comes down from Gangotri, only obstacles and rocks and obstacles and rocks. No easy path for Ganga to flow. But as Ganga resolves to keep flowing, so does our 40-year young sannyasi. He also pledges, another meaning of nyas, pledging, committing. So this 40-year young sannyasi, he also pledges to the life of service through prem and seva, but it was not a greenfield journey, pilgrimage of our sannyasi. It was not a greenfield pilgrimage. But our Gangaputra sannyasi revolted, another meaning of nyas, to rebel. And fully revolted, he revolted against the concept of war and violence. He revolted against prejudices. And he revolted against the subtle demon called superficialities in life. On the name of anything, superficialities. He rebelled. He started his journey with one conviction, and I quote him, whole world is irrelevant in absence of love. The whole world is irrelevant. What Mahaprabhu is saying, Bhakti vina jagatir nahi avasthan, there is a commentary on the same sentence by our sannyasi. The whole world is irrelevant without love, without prema. His pilgrimage continued like Ganga, not removing the obstacles or demolishing the stones or the mountains, the oppositions, but rather finding a way around them, gently flowing. That is our sannyasi's way. That is our sannyasi's way. Our sannyasi's Tirth Yatra was empowered by one knowledge system. Jnanam paramaguhyam me yat vijnana samanvetam. The knowledge system should be a mixture, a synoptic understanding of wisdom and modern science together. Otherwise, the Prem-mayi Seva is an unsolved mystery, what Chitraji said, the mystical element of reality, and it will remain unsolved. Why do we need Vigyan? Why Gyan is not enough? Or why do we need both? Because we need our body and our soul both. We need this world and we need the Lord of the universe. We need the Jagat and Jagannath both. We cannot do one without the other. The soul cannot survive without the body, and the body cannot survive without the soul. So the Vigyan, which looks outside, takes care of the body, the world, the physical. But when you look inside, you are looking for the soul, the Paramatma within. Our sannyasi Yatri knows this well. When he reunited with his friend after 18 years, his friend was his co-traveler of the green pilgrimage, but fallen off somewhere. When he met him again after 18 years, this friend of his was a physical wellness trainer for the most affluent people in the American West. So in their conversation, our sannyasi told his friend, and I quote him, "You teach people how to improve the temple," and I add human body, "and I will try to teach them what to do inside." Unquote. True to his nyas or conviction or pledge and commitment, our sannyasi moved on the pilgrimage. Surely it was a journey home, not just for him, but for all of us, because we all are Krishnadas. We just followed him. Journey home. Having reached home, Shri Krishna Pada, another Tirth Yatra begins for him, and that is the journey within. The journey within, which is more important. Because his model pilgrim said, "Nij na achorile, bhakti shikhano na jaye." If you have to siksharth mekam purusha purana, if you want to teach, you have to live it. Without living, you cannot teach it. That's why our pilgrim, after reaching home, he is traveling within and taking us also for this inward journey. So this inner working, if I can borrow this word from saint called Gurdjieff, this inner working, journey within, is more necessary from the journey outside. Journey outside. Sannyasi has to keep moving by definition. Charaiveti, charaiveti, charaiveti. Don't stay in one place. Don't stay in one place. And our sannyasi, 40 years younger, keeps moving at a vigorous pace. Vigorous pace. Only little comma came because of the Corona's grace, that he could meditate a little peacefully and be in one place. He can do his Chaturmas within 2 years. Keeps moving, reaches home, and reaching home, he moves within, and moving within, connecting to himself and his own source, he moves, but he moves nowhere. He doesn't move. He moves nowhere. But he reaches out everywhere. Without moving anywhere, he reaches out everywhere. It is an eternal yatra. It is yatra to everywhere, without going anywhere. And that is the essence of the total renunciation, total vairagya. Total vairagya. We have rag, attachment to our home, wealth, name, loved ones, etc., etc. In fact, the vairagya is a journey to be more attached than detached. There is a misinterpretation of the term called vairagya as a detachment. But vairagya means intense attachment. Visheshataha anuragaha iti vairagya. Intense attachment you need. So attachment to life, the body is attached to soul. If we do not have attachment, we will not live. And the soul will not live if it is not attached to Paramatma. It is source. So attachment is a must. So this rag or attachments, what happens in sannyas, gets deeper and larger. Larger. Love to ours becomes the love for all. The way I used to care for my home, the way I used to care for my people, the way I used to care for my village, for my country. Now I care for everyone in the same way. The lesson of attachment which I have learned in my world, when I cross over from the world, the same attachment grows but takes infinite form. Infinite form. The whole Vasudha becomes the family. Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam for a sannyasi. So this Vairagya, Vishishta Rag is giving up of limits. Be unlimited. That is sannyas. However, this Vairagya or the attachment, if it is possible only when you are ready to give up. And give up your most precious belongings and attachments. What are they? What are they? The precious belongings are dambha, arrogance, intolerance, ego. These are our most precious things. We cling to them as human beings. We cling to them. It is very easy to acquire dhan, jan, sundari, kavita, name, fame. Easy to acquire in this world. And it is also easy to give up them. So if sannyas is only merely giving up the worldly possessions, no. It is something else. The real sannyasi, our green sannyasi says, the most difficult thing to attain is bhakti, and that too, unselfish bhakti is the most difficult thing. Because the Lord has never shared this with the humanity. Chirakala ami nahi kori prema bhakti dan is the secret most asset of the Lord. So it is very difficult to attain. Very difficult to attain. But our true sannyasi does not desire dhan, jan, sundari, kavita, etc. But he desires for the almost impossible thing to attain, the prema bhakti. Prema bhakti. But what is the way? Lord Chaitanya says, if you are willing to totally and truly give up, then something will happen to you. Trinadapi sunichena taro riva sahishnuna amanina manadena. If you can attain this state where you do not care for the satisfaction of your ego, and you can give up your arrogance and respect the other under any challenging condition, then only the melody of bliss will sound in your ear. The flowers of delight will bloom. Kirtaniya tada. Then only, if you fulfill these 4 conditions, if you give up these 4 possessions of yours as a human being, then only the dance of love will take place. Otherwise it's not. But when it takes place, tada hari, then it becomes sada hari. If it once happens, it never stops. Never stops. If one can renounce in this way, you can undertake a pilgrimage on the footsteps of Chaitanya, a green pilgrimage, who had compassionately participated in our history to meet the challenges of our times, Kali Yuga. Brave are those who want to give up totally and properly. 40 years back, a brave young man committed to sannyas. His pilgrimage began. GEV is the holy place he reached. GEV is the place he did not create. He did not create. Pardon my language. He has reached GEV. Because GEV, it is a creation of the ontological, existential, Rasamaya Leela of the divine couple. If that Leela is not there, there is no GEV. No GEV. Possibility is not there. Existential possibility is not there. Krishna as Rasraj and Radha as Mahabhav. Krishna as Rasraj, as per our scriptures, is blue, And Radharani, golden, molten gold, yellow. And if you mix the blue and the yellow, which color will come? It is the union and the dance of love of the divine couple, the blue and the golden ones. Tapta Kanchana Gaurangi Radha Vrindavaneshwari, with their merciful dance, GEV emerges in front of someone who is able to see it. We all are not able to see it. Only a sannyasi can see it because he has given up all the cataracts. We have cataracts of egos and arrogance and ignorance and whatnot. But sannyasi is one who has surrendered to the feet. Das, dasanudasa. No cataracts. It is their Leela Bhumi. GEV is the divine couple's Leela Bhumi. When they come together, they manifest as green. Yellow and the blue come together. It is a Nitya Leela. The pilgrimage is continuing. It is a Nitya Yatra with newer manifestations like GEV. More GEVs will be visible to the sannyasi. He will not create. He will be just watching them and seeing them as a Sakshi Cheta Kevalo Nirgunascha. So, my prayers and my pranam to the first sannyasi, and my special pranam today to my dear sannyasi. Because we share a physical space of Chirghat. I live in Chirghat, and he only knows what Chirghat is all about. We also share a common friend who is the infinite Krishna. But what we are blessed with, you are not just blessed with a Radhanath Swami. You are also blessed with a Krishna Das who is a Rathin Krishna Das, who is a charioteer and who can become the charioteer to our world. And with these prayers, let us sing the glory of Shri Radha Vrindavan Bihari Lal ki, Radha Raman Lal ki, Govardhan Maharaj ki, Yamuna Maharani ki, Apan Guru Maharaj ki, Nidai Gaur Hari Bol.
Hare Krishna. So, how many of you are feeling speechless after Srivatsa Goswamiji's presentation? So, we must confess, Srivatsaji, that all of us, many of us had cataract. And many of us, including myself, had severe doubts about what GEV is going to be and all about. But thanks to His Holiness Radhanath Swami Maharaj's nature flowing like the Ganges, many of the rocks were presented by us only in the form of doubts. What is the purpose behind this project? Why we are here? Because many of us were not used to being in rural India. So the whole concept of coming and creating something within a village was very daunting. And I have my friend Anand Gopal Prabhu sitting right there. In 2009, when we were coming back from Bangalore, at that time he was, just finished the first meeting with the architect. And then all of us were just wondering, what is Radhanath Swami Maharaj up to here? But as Srivatsa ji beautifully described, what an amazing way in which you have presented the entire philosophy, and how you have done justice to the topic of the green pilgrimage by bringing the concept of environmental conservation, the concept of Gaudiya Vaishnava ontology and philosophy, along with the concept of sannyas, because it's a fact that today we were inspired to have this conference on the occasion of His Holiness Radhanath Swami Maharaj's 40th sannyas anniversary. And you weaved all of this together. And the way you were speaking, I was wondering whether you are a philosopher, an artist, a musician, a scientist, and ultimately, the way you concluded, we realized that you're nothing but a mad lover. Maddened by love for Krishna and Shri Vrandavan Brajbhumi Dham. We are so honored by the diligence with which you have prepared, true to a scholar's credo. You have put each and every word, And a few years ago, he had written an article, he was sharing with me, Srivatsa ji. He had written an article on Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, a transcendental politician who changed the history of India. And when he sent it to the editor of the journal, the editor got totally bewildered, and he kept that article aside. And when he said, "Hey, why you have not published?" he said, "I don't have the guts to publish with such a title." But I suggest that the article which you have written today and which we shared with all of us, I'm sure if you send it to this journal again, Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, the transcendental environmentalist, definitely he's going to publish this. And we are so honored that you took this effort to pen your thoughts and share it with so much of emotion. And we are very highly touched. Let us offer a round of applause to Srivatsa ji for this amazing presentation. Thank you. We also have a couple of very special guests whom we would like to honor. We have with us from Sri Madan Mohan Temple in Karoli, Sri Anup Kumar Bhattacharya ji, who has come with us. I'll request Srivatsa ji to honor him with a gift. Anup Kumar ji, please. He is one of the main priests in Madan Mohan Temple, Karoli, who has been doing seva for Madan Mohan Dev for last several years. And thanks to his help and guidance, the Madan Mohan deities at Govardhan Eco Village could manifest. Bahut bahut dhanyawad. And his son, Kishore ji, please come forward. We would like to also honor Kishore, who has done his MBA and was working when he came with his father to help us with the Madan Mohan deities. And when Kishore saw so many brahmacharis with degrees and BTech and MTech and MBBS, now brahmacharis, he gave up his job and now he is full-time serving Madan Mohan deities at Karoli. Also we have from Jagannath Puri, Sri Ram Kumar Panda. And I request His Holiness Radhanath Maharaj to gift Sri Ram Kumar Panda this. And also we have a special gift for Ram Kumar Panda, is a beautiful written handwriting of Thakur Bhakti Vinod Thakur's song Kibo Joyo Kibo Gaura Chander, original, published by the Bhaktivedanta Research Center. As you know, in Jagannath Puri, we have Thakur Bhaktivinod's house, and Jagannath Puri is a place where we have been going for Rath Yatras for many years, and Ram Kumarji has been our main point of contact. So at this moment, all of us are very eager to hear from our sannyasi, His Holiness Radhanath Swami Maharaj, the person who has conceived of the whole concept of a green pilgrimage, because we had never heard the word green, till actually Maharaj started speaking about the Govardhan eco-village. And truly, Srivatsa ji, I must say, I take the liberty of confessing on behalf of many here that none of us had any clue what he is conceiving or speaking about 14 years ago when he was speaking about this Govardhan farm and what it should be like. So, in spite of so many doubts and skepticism from many of us, true to his nature like flowing Ganga, he continued on and still continues on, following the instructions of Srila Prabhupada, the sixth purpose of ISKCON being simple living, high thinking, and to establish holy places of pilgrimage. We are very honored that His Holiness Radhanath Swami Maharaj has spent almost last 25 to 26 years in Mumbai, founding Shri Radha Gopinath Temple, ISKCON Chowpatty, and so many satellite centers, more than 35 to 40 satellite centers associated with this Chowpatty temple. And now this Govardhan eco-village has been such a wonderful, amazing revelation of how in each of the 748 districts of India, a holy place centered around sustainability and social impact can be created. This is a model for the government of India to follow, and we congratulate Radhanath Maharaj for this vision. Previously, we were thinking of having this conference in the auditorium, but then seeing the responses which were coming and RSVPs which we received, we realized that auditorium would not suffice. And ultimately, Krishna had his plan that we organized it here, and Maharaj has called this hall as Goloka. So, on behalf of all the wonderful devotees who are very eager to hear from you, we invite His Holiness Radhanath Swami Maharaj on the podium.
Om Jnantimidandasya Jnananjanachalakaya Chakshurun Militam Jena Tasmai Sri Gurave Namaha. Nama Om Vishnupadaya Krishna Prishtaya Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swamin iti namine. Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paschatya Deshatarine Vanchakalpatarubhyascha kripa sindubhya eva cha patitanam bhavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo namo namaha. Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Srivasa Gaur Bhakta Vrinda. Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare. On behalf of His Divine Grace A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada, my beloved Guru Maharaj, and the founder Acharya of Govardhan Eco Village and our worldwide community, I welcome each and every one of you. The wisdom, the knowledge, the inspiration, and the love that all of you expressed through your kathas was truly overwhelming. Thank you, Padma Nabh Goswami ji. Thank you, Chitra. Thank you, Revati Raman ji, Anup Chakravarti ji, Goswami. Thank you, Ram Kumar Panda. Thank you, Madhavananda Prabhu. Thank you, Srivatsa Goswami ji. And thank you to each and every one of you who are here today. Srivatsa Goswami ji, after whatever you said at the end of your brilliant talk, I'm quite speechless. But since I fully know that nothing good you said is really about me, it's about my Guru Maharaj and all the devotees who tolerate me, I'm able to speak something. Thank you very much. I was wondering what to talk about. And something just came to my heart as each of you were speaking. There was a devotee. He lived approximately 450 years ago. His name was Dukhi Krishna. And his guru, Hriday Chaitanya, sent him to study under Srila Jiva Goswami in Vrandavan. His classmates were Narottam Das Thakur and Srinivas Acharya. He was such a great scholar. He was such an enlightened being. The service he was given throughout the day was to sweep the little forest paths of Nidhiban, Sevakunj. And how grateful, how precious he considered that service. Now in those days, Vrindavan Dham was very secluded. There were no tourists, there were no dharamshalas, there was no hotels or restaurants. There was hardly any temples at that time. It was forest, very lonely. So who was he sweeping the pathways for? Some Brajabasis. He was throughout the day with tears of love and gratitude sweeping the paths of Vrindavan. None of them were paved. They were all just earth. This was his seva. He was never thinking, why is Jiva Goswami giving me this service? And after so many years, he still has me doing this service. Why doesn't he make me a pujari or something like that? Manager. Just sweeping. Because he understood so much the very essence of what bhakti is. As Acharya Srivatsa Goswamiji was saying, das, 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 anudas. Not just in theory, but in heart. He understood that Vrindavan is sacred, not only because it is the place that the eternal pastimes of Shri Shri Radha Govinda Dev take place, not only because Lord Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu considered the ultimate place of pilgrimage, but because the Goswamis and so many other great personalities, because they recognized the eternal sanctity of every grain of dust in Vrindavan. He worshipped those grains of dust. And his sweeping, he was sweeping paths that even nobody went to. But he was sweeping because he knew that Radharani and Krishna and his Guru Maharaj will be pleased. There was no internet. There were no newspapers describing Dukhi Krishna is sweeping the groves of Vrindavan. There was no fame. There was nothing except the joy of serving. And because he appreciated with his tears of love Vrindavan, one day, behind a bush, he found Srimati Radharani's ankle bracelet. She put it there just for him. When he touched it, there was such an ecstasy that awakened in his heart. And as this beautiful historical pastime unfolds, because of his humble service, he was brought to the spiritual world to personally meet with Srimati Radharani. She revealed his eternal identity as a gopi. She personally gave him the name Shyamananda Goswami and gave him her own deity of Krishna. And then sent him back to the Gokula Vrindavan that we see in this world. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, as a sannyasi, according to the tradition at that time, he did not want to confuse people, so he refused to meet people in royal status. The king, Prataparudra, was begging and pleading just to have one audience with Lord Chaitanya. But the Lord, he said, for me to meet with him is worse than drinking poison. If you ask me again, I will leave this place. And when Lord Chaitanya says that, it's louder than any sound system could possibly reverberate. But then when Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu saw the king Prataparudra with a broom sweeping the pathway of Jagannath Puri at the time of the Rath Yatra, sweeping for Lord Jagannath, sweeping for each and every devotee. Lord Chaitanya's heart, like Sri Radharani for Shyamananda Goswami, his heart reciprocated. And during that same Rath Yatra procession, Lord Chaitanya, not only did he allow King Prataparudra to personally massage him, but Lord Chaitanya repeatedly embraced him and bathed him with the tears of his affection. And he said, you are bringing me so much nectar. There is no one so benevolent and dear to me as you. Prataparudra Maharaj was actually in disguise. Ramananda Rai Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya told him, just dress like a simple devotee. And when Lord Chaitanya was crying and praising him, he said, please tell me, who are you? Now this is a very difficult situation because you cannot lie to the absolute truth. And at the same time, if he said, I am Maharaj Prataparudra, because during the Rath Yatra, when Lord Chaitanya was touched by him, Lord Chaitanya jumped away and said, how condemned I am that I have been touched by a materialistic person. What is he going to say? His reply is really the very essence of what Lord Chaitanya came to give the world. He said, I am the servant of the servant of the servant of your servants, and my only aspiration is to be the servant of the servant of your servants. At that time, Lord Chaitanya revealed to him his eternal divine opulences. This idea of cleaning. Yesterday we were discussing Padma Nabh Goswami, Srivatsa Goswami, at Rupa Goswami's, our representation of his Samadhi and Bhajan Kutir. They were speaking about the cleansing of the Kundica temple in Puri. How Mahaprabhu himself, he's the father of Brahma, Shiva. He's the absolute truth from whom everything emanates. He's the one supreme God of all gods that have ever been worshipped in any religion throughout history of all the universes. And yet he told the devotees, tomorrow
I want to clean the Kundica temple to make it appropriate for Lord Jagannath, Balaram, Subhadra to come. And he personally did it. In Sri Chaitanya Charitamrita, we read how Lord Gauranga personally gave a broom to each devotee. And then he personally took a broom and began the sweeping. And what was his example? Everyone was sweeping as best they possibly could. And they were all putting the dust they collected in a particular pile. There was about 200 devotees. And Lord Chaitanya put the dust he collected in another pile. And it was many times bigger than all the 200 devotees' dust. And he would tell devotees, whoever collects the most dust, I will give a very special prize. His mercy. He wanted every devotee to try to inspire every other devotee by how they were sweeping. And who are these people? Nityananda Prabhu is Balaram, Advaitacharya, Sadashiva, Mahavishnu, Haridas Thakur. He didn't go in, but he's Brahma. These are the most exalted personalities in the universe. And along with Mahaprabhu, who is Radha and Krishna, the source of all avatars, they're sweeping. And after they swept till the whole temple was immaculate, he gathered everyone together and he said, now we must sweep again to search for finer particles of sand and dust and straw. And then after that, buckets and buckets, thousands of buckets of water from Indradrumana Sarovar and so many other places were being used to wash and wash and wash. And Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, sometimes he was washing so enthusiastically because he was doing it for Krishna. It was such a joy that he was crying tears, and there was not even need for any external water. He was washing with his tears. He was polishing with the cloth that he was wearing. I remember my beloved Guru Maharaj, Srila Prabhupada. He would say sometimes, it is said that cleanliness is next to godliness. But in Krishna consciousness and Vaishnavism, cleanliness is godliness. Lord Chaitanya gave us the holy names of Krishna. Chaito Darpana Marajanam Bhavabahavi, to cleanse the temple of our hearts. How does this relate to preserving the environment and the ecology of the holy places and all other places in the world? In the Bhagavad Gita, Krishna tells Maya Dyakshena Prakriti. Aham sarvasya prabhavo mata sarvam pravartati. That everything is coming from him. All material and spiritual worlds. Krishna tells that this material world is my energy. And sometimes when devotees think that I'm transcendental, so I really don't care about this world. They don't understand the concept of bhakti. Because if we love Krishna, we will love his energy. How much the Lord emphasized this. I saw some of you sleeping, I'm sorry. The source of all energy, his Vladini Shakti, Srimati Radharani. In some yugas, according to Puranas, how does she appear in the world? Vrishabhanu Maharaj is plowing the earth, and from under his plow, she appears out of Mother Earth. And according to Ramayana, Sita, the consort of Lord Sri Ram, how did she choose to appear? From Mother Earth. Bhumi is an expansion of the feminine energy of Krishna. She's a supreme worshipable goddess. Radha, Sita are the source of Bhumi, Mother Earth, and through the medium of Mother Earth, they're revealing themselves to us in this world. And how did Krishna stage his own appearance? Bhumi. Mother Earth was being exploited. She was being abused. And all of her children were being abused and exploited. And who are her children? All living beings. She's our mother. She nourishes us. We take birth from her elements, and we're sustained through her elements. Mother Earth approached Brahma, the guru of the universe. And then Brahma and the Devatas, along with Bhumi Devi, prayed for God to come. And Krishna appeared. From a spiritual perspective, the earth is our mother. From emotional and material perspective, the earth is our mother. And when we understand this, then material no longer really exists. Srila Prabhupada would explain that actually God only has one energy, but it manifests parasya shaktir vivadaiva shruyate. It manifests in many ways. The material energy and the spiritual energy are both coming from the same source. And what is the difference between material and spiritual from this perspective? If we see, appreciate, and serve the elements of this world as Krishna's sacred property, as Krishna's divine energy, as Sri Radharani, our mother's ultimate grace, then we no longer see material, but we're seeing its spiritual origin. To spiritualize material nature is bhakti. When we offer the arti, we're taking incense, dupe, representing Mother Earth. The quality of earth is especially fragrance. We're offering to Krishna, the source. And then we offer water in a little conch shell or shanka, and we offer it to Krishna. Fire, we put it in the deep and we offer it to Krishna. And with our chamaras or peacock fans, we're offering air to Krishna. And by chanting the holy names and ringing bells, Krishna is the sound and ether, we're offering ether to Krishna. So arti is not just a ritual, it's a philosophy. It's a path of gratitude and love. What we are receiving from Krishna, we're recognizing its divinity because of its connection to Krishna and offering it with love. It is a tradition at Ganga or Yamuna. What do we have to offer? We go in Ganga, Yamuna Mai, and we take 2 palmfuls of water, and with a prayer of gratitude, a prayer of love, a prayer begging for service, we offer that water back to Yamuna. Does Yamuna need that water? We're taking it from her. But yet when we offer it back to her, it's not just water. It's our consciousness, our love. And from a perspective of bhakti, the entire creation is facilities to offer love. And this is especially revealed to us in the holy places of pilgrimage. Krishna tells in Bhagavad Gita, Paritranaya sadhunam vinashaya chaduskritam. He comes to this world to establish religious principles. And the holy places is where he did that. It's the foundation of religious principles, these holy places. Krishna in Vrandavan established, in Kurukshetra, Ramchandra in Ayodhya, Chitrakoot. These holy places are the places where the Lord has bestowed his supreme compassion upon the suffering souls and inviting us all back to his abode. If we do not honor and respect the sanctity of these holy places, then how will anybody understand the deep spiritual nature of honoring Mother Earth everywhere? It actually needs to begin with the holy places. Otherwise, it's just an environmental thing. To leave the world a better place than you came. That's the mode of goodness. That's nice. But that is not what Krishna is giving us the opportunity to do. He wants us to liberate our souls with with Radharani's grace and his mercy. To honor Mother Earth. To honor all the gifts that Radha Govinda are giving us in every leaf, in every drop of water that falls, in everything. That is the environmentalism that is an inseparable, sacred aspect of bhakti. Because Krishna appears in this world, Karuna Sindhu, out of compassion. And actually, in any way we corrupt or pollute or exploit the resources of nature, which is what every living being on this planet is totally dependent on, we're actually harming everyone. And even the smallest effort to live with honor and gratitude to the energy of Krishna, of what he has given us, we are actually instruments of Krishna's compassion for every living being in creation. That is how we grow. Through the consciousness in which we interact with material nature in a spiritual way. If you think about it, that is the only way we have to spiritually grow, is how we interact with the elements. Sound is an element. It's coming from ether. We chant the holy names because we have a mind, which is a subtle element, material element. We chant the holy names because we have a tongue, which is earth, water, fire, air, and ether in a special composition. We chant the holy names and we hear because we have ears. So kirtan is an interaction with God's energy in this world, the elements. We have Ram Kumar Panditji, our very beloved friend. I've gone to Rath Yatra in Puri, and I've seen him, among others, carrying Jagannath. Jagannath is really Jagannath. They're carrying Jagannath from his altar to the chariot, and it sometimes takes an hour or more, because they're... And during the Rath Yatra I was there was approximately 1 million people on the same street at the same time to worship him. The Supreme Lord of the universe, the Lord of Vrandavan. When Lord Chaitanya would look at Lord Jagannath, when he would see him from the Garuda Stamba, he would see Krishna playing his flute. Jagannath is appearing to us in the element of wood. Tirupati Balaji, Shri Radha Raman, Shri Radha Madan Mohanji, they are appearing to us in what appears the element of stone. Is God wood or stone? No. It's not a representation. That is Radha Raman. That is the lover of Sri Radha right before us. Totally, purely, transcendentally, spiritually, but in a way that we could see with our material eyes, and we can offer things with our material hands, and in this way to spiritualize our whole life. It was one of the great wonders when I first came to India, because I studied various other religions and practiced, to some extent. But this was something extraordinary. People are worshiping the divine in mountains, like Govardhan, Kailash, Chitrakoot. Worshipping the divine in plants, like Tulasi. Worshipping the divine in what people consider dirt. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, when he went to Kumarahata, the birthplace of his guru, Srila Ishvara Puri, he collected the dirt there. And in Sri Chaitanya Charitamrita, he ate it, little piece. And he saved, because he was traveling, he put it in a cloth bag to take it with him. And as he was worshiping this dirt, he was crying, ecstatic tears. And he said, this earth, this dust, what we would say, this dirt, is the treasure of my life. This dirt is my life and soul, because it is the birthplace of my guru. So he's seeing dirt from the perspective of his love for his guru and God. Yes, in India, I saw people worshiping rivers, offering pujas and offering oblations and offering prayers to rivers as people. Ganga, Yamuna, Godavari, Sindhu, Krishna, so many rivers, Saraswati, at Prayag, so many tens and tens and millions of people come to worship this confluence of three rivers. Where else in the world is this? They're seeing God in water. In stone. Stones. Shalagram Shila. Archamurtis. Worshipping the Lord in oceans. In Jagannath Puri, Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, when he bathed the body of Haridas Thakur in the ocean, he said, from this day on, this ocean, all the holy places and all of creation are in this ocean. Trees. Krishna tells in Gita, I am, what is the Ashwata tree? In Vrandavan, how Bamsivat, a banyan tree, is worshipped. How Chirgat, a Kadamba tree, or Ter Kadamba, is worshipped. People embrace these trees. They bow to these trees. They pray for benedictions from these trees. Worship of forests. All the elements of nature. What to speak of fire? When we perform the yagya, the agnihotra, I remember seeing, they're pouring really nice ghee in a fire, and sometimes they're even putting jewels in the fire. Because seeing Vishnu, seeing the Supreme Being in that fire to receive our offerings, to receive our prayers, and to reciprocally bless us in every way. people who don't understand, who don't have the depth of realizing, of being taught by self-realized souls that Krishna is present within his energy to receive our love and reciprocate with our state of consciousness. They think that, what kind of religion is this? There's one God and they're worshiping plants. They're worshiping birds. They're worshiping water, rivers. But what a higher dimension of consciousness this is. What a holistic. And that is why it is so important what all of our great acharyas, gurus, scholars, and sincere devotees have been speaking throughout the day. How important it is that we remind the world through our example that unless we live in harmony with nature, we're not honestly living in harmony with God. Because nature is God's nature. You have your nature, I have God's, I have my nature, and God has his nature. So I believe the purpose of this gathering today was to discuss and share with one another the purpose, the passion to clean our holy places, to honor and respect our holy places, and to extend that same principle in our life wherever we are. When you go on in the altar in the morning and you do your puja and your seva and your japa and your kirtan, you're preparing yourself to engage that energy wherever and whatever you do in the world. And similarly, when we visit the holy places of pilgrimage, if we really establish this principle in our lives, together we are going to restore the beauty of Krishna's holy places, of Radharani's holy places. Then we become empowered to apply that same principle wherever Krishna's nature may be. The only thing that's really lacking in this world, it's not money or industry, it's compassion. If we can't be compassionate for our common mother on behalf of our common father, then what is really the extent of our compassion? So I am hoping, I am praying that from today we come to another level together. Srivatsa Goswamiji was saying last night, there was maybe about 10 people gathered at Rupa Goswami's Samadhi Mandir representation. And he said, if just the people here now take it seriously, we could change the world. And it is that wisdom, that insight, that inspiration that will change the world. So let us all communicate and in whatever big or small ways make plans to be examples of people who really care. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, His Holiness Radhanath Swami Maharaj. As Dr. Aditi comes forward to offer a vote of thanks, I would like to announce that for all the counselors who have come with Baldev Prabhu, registered with Baldev Prabhu, the prasadam will be at Mahaban, along with all the other guests who are staying overnight. Those who have the brown band and come for the day visit, others, it is at Lalita Bhavan Prasadam. And for those special guests who are with us, with Haripriya Mataji and Mohan Vilas Prabhu, Prabhupada's disciples and other guests, the prasadam will be at the Satsang Bhavan Auditorium. Once again, my deep gratitude to His Holiness Radhanath Swami Maharaj for bringing out the message of harmony in Bhakti so beautifully and summarizing the essence of the entire conference. On behalf of today's conference, I would request Dr. Aditi, who heads our Sustainability Research and Education Wing at Govardhan Eco Village, to offer a vote of thanks.
So with the heart full of gratitude and full of self-reflection and intrigued thought of how we can implement, we can imbibe each principle that we have got today and implement all of that in reality, I stand here to present vote of thanks on behalf of the whole team of GEV and sustainability, particularly Vasudev Prabhu, Ganganarayan Prabhu and Gaurang Prabhu. श्री पद्मनाभ आचार्य जी, हम आपके बहुत बहुत आभारी हैं. You have given important detail that Krishna himself is a great environmentalist and that he showcased it by bringing out the importance of Yamuna and Govardhanji. You have reminded us about beautiful gifts that we have as rainwater and that we have responsibility to keep it clean. You have very mystically brought out the point that plastic is Hiranyakashipu and that we need to really take down this demon. We are very, very grateful to Dr. Navaljeet Kapoor ji, and we appreciate what he has brought to us, the importance of Govardhan Eco Village, and that we have the responsibility of being connected with youth and serving for better world. We are grateful to His Grace Revati Raman Prabhu. Thank you that you reminded that Govardhan Eco Village is the manifested heart of Radhanath Maharaj, and that miracles manifest with devotion, and that hearing can bring out that miracle. We are very, very grateful to Smt Chitra Iyer ji, how poetically and artistically you shared the detailed observations of how plant gets life from Mother Earth. You brought out the model of your ashram, which was built on the principle of harmony. You shared with us the story of Buddha, the self-reflection where it is needed, and how low-impact tourism is the need of the hour. We are grateful to His Grace Madhavananda Prabhu, very scholarly that you brought out how we have to ensure that the product that we have wrongly made, that is garbage, how we clean out this particular product out of this world. You mentioned that the consciousness matters, and that as Dhamvasi, service is the only way that we can be connected with the Dham. And that the seva is to keep it clean as it was. Very grateful to Acharya Srivatsa ji. In fact, all of, Gaurang Prabhu has very nicely summarized how valuable insights you have shared with us. Thank you for sharing with us the importance of a dreamer, a green pilgrimage. You also brought out that we need the green god, that is Giraji. You brought out the importance of the green path of worship, green spirituality, the green religion, the importance of green architecture and green metaphysics, which is foundation for all of these. It's all taken very well, and we would ensure that we follow these principles as we design our projects and programs towards improving the manifested state of holy places. We are very, very grateful to you, Maharaj. Thank you for sharing the story of Dukhi Krishna, who is none other than Shyamanand Goswami ji and Pratap Rudra Maharaj, and how you brought in the parallels between the two of sweeping with love and being reciprocated by Radharani and Chaitanya Mahaprabhu themselves. Thank you for reminding Srila Prabhupada's instructions that in Vaishnavism, cleanliness is godliness. Thank you for sharing again the purpose of that we are gathered here to honor and clean holy places. Our common mother coming from, on behalf of our common father, that we have to reciprocate to Mother Earth. We are grateful to all of the guests who made it a point to invest time with us today for the Green Pilgrimage Conference. And nonetheless, I thank each and every soul here for being here to celebrate Green Pilgrimage. Thank you.
And I also wish to thank the main sponsors for today's conference, Dr. Sumanta Rudra from Bhaktivedanta Research Center, and also Rag Jagannath Prabhu, Ranjit Daspuria from Bhubaneswar. Let us express our gratitude by loudly chanting. Now I request all our 6 speakers to come on stage